What's up? Welcome to today's live stream. I'm him. Today is July 6th. It's a Saturday. I just realized that I just started to stream right during the time where we have this event being held here with free food. So I might do like a little be right back thing and and come back in this 20 or 30 minutes. We'll see. I don't think I'm going to work on this right now. This is something that I want to keep for my devlog stuff, but maybe in the future I'll return to that. But I have a playlist that I want to get through today. Oops. I'm not going to actually get through it, but we'll start it. All right, so first video. Wait, whoa! What is this? I just updated. Okay. Wait, sure. Let's open up a new tab. I'll go to my others view.
On the genealogy of morals, Nietzsche's.
All right, so this is the first video I want to get through. Let me copy a link. All right. All right, so first video is from Freedom and Thought. It is a YouTube channel that I've been subscribed to for a while, and they talk about ideas. So we'll start the stream off with this. We'll kind of get through it, and maybe we'll have some discussion about some of the things that are brought up. Maybe we'll see. Let's go ahead and get into it.
This video was made possible by Brilliant, a math and science problem-solving website that makes learning fun and rewarding. In On the Genealogy of
Gonna
Morals,
share the link.
Nietzsche searches through history for the origins of morality. And in it, he talks about how some people use morality like a dog leash to control others. They use morality to get people to do what they want. It's an interesting idea with lots of implications, but I'm interested in exploring one particular version of this idea: playing the victim. Someone who plays the victim is an example of someone who uses morality to gain power. And that's what I want to explore in this essay.
All right, so just given the intro, I'm curious, have any of you experienced people who play the victim? And does that definition of playing the victim resonate with you? If you missed it, I'll go back just this once.
The victim is an example of someone who uses morality to gain power. And that's what I want.
Okay, so there we are. So a victim is someone who uses morality to gain power. Let's note that down somewhere. Oh, I guess I had to name it. Okay, sure. We'll just call it live stream notes, because I don't know what else to call it. So we'll have victim and someone who uses morality to gain power. Curious, do you either disagree or agree with that definition?
I want to explore in this essay. But before we can understand what it means to play the victim, we need to understand what it means to be a victim. For this essay, we can define a victim as someone who is taken advantage of by another person.
Okay, so we have an actual definition. So that's cool. Did I close the thing? No, okay. So we have two definitions.
And we can call the act of taking advantage of someone a crime. And typically, what we want for all victims is justice. And justice, as discussed by Nietzsche, can be thought of as giving back to the victim what was lost when the crime was committed. In other words, you can think of justice as the repaying of debts. The criminal must repay the debt they acquired by taking advantage of the victim. I'm not saying this is what justice means, but this is a way that many people understand justice, and this definition is important.
I think that is actually true. I think that inherently we all look at that as a debt repayment. It's actually interesting how much of our day-to-day lives we look at through the lens of debt, right? So think about somebody who's wronged you. One of the things that you may say is like, I want to pay them back, you know, like they're gonna get theirs, or you know, what goes around comes around. That's those kinds of sayings, I think they have a rooting in this idea of repaying the debt, right? Because if you're gonna get someone back or pay someone back, or the payback, that's all that's debt talk, really.
Important in the context of this video. So what does it mean to play the victim? What separates a genuine victim from someone playing the victim? A genuine victim was actually taken advantage of, but someone playing the victim wasn't. And how do you determine whether someone was...
Okay, so the key distinction for that it seems that he's making is that someone playing the victim wasn't actually taken advantage of. So maybe this is actually for someone, is someone playing the victim, I think. So this is probably better served by just saying playing the victim.
Actually taken advantage of. It comes down to consent. Someone is taken advantage of when their presence is used in a way they didn't agree to. And so true victim did not give consent or was not in a position to give consent, such as...
So it seems like he's centering, I guess I'm gonna say victimhood, although maybe that's not the right word. Maybe he's centering this on, I wonder what is he centering it on? I think it's this right here, the person being taken advantage of. It seems like it has something to do with consent. So we'll just say something to do with consent, I think. Yeah, let's put the right.
In the case of a child or someone who is severely intoxicated. But someone who plays the victim gives legitimate consent and then claims they didn't. Or they claim you consented to things which you didn't consent to or were not in a position to consent to. I'll explore what both cases look like a little later on.
All right, so he's presenting 2 points. I want to note these down. So the first one,
the victim
is
gives
this one.
Legitimate consent,
Gives and
then
takes it away.
They didn't.
Okay, so it's they give it, but they claim they don't. Okay, so that's cool. We can go with that. So we can say gives consent, but claims they don't. And then the second one is they I guess they assume someone else gives consent without them actually doing it.
Or they claim you
Yeah.
consented to things which you didn't consent to or were not in a position to consent to. I'll explore what both cases look like a little later on. So why would someone play the victim? To put it simply, they play victim so someone will save them from their problems. They're looking for a rescuer. And how do they get people to save them? Someone who plays the victim has two main weapons: obligation and guilt, and pity and disgust. Let's take a look at the first weapon, obligation and guilt. Here, the person playing the victim claims that you consented to things that you didn't consent to or were not in a position to consent to. They impose an obligation on you and make you feel guilty for not living up to that obligation. They try to coerce you into paying a debt that you did not consent to taking on. Let's take a look at an example. At the age of 22, Jane's husband left her with their two sons, Jamie and Michael. Jane told herself that she would dedicate her life to her sons, and that in return, they would take care of her. I will take care of them, she thought, and in return, they can never leave me.
I'm curious, do you understand what he's framing this as? This person who's basically saying that my children will do this thing for me if I do this thing for them. Their children or her children aren't old enough to consent to that. So if they don't do that, the mother could then play the victim, which is, one way of doing it, which is the obligation and guilt. So I'm curious, have any of you been guilt tripped by anyone in your lives? And if the answer is yes, then you are actually experiencing what someone playing the victim, you're experiencing that. That's what it is. Someone is playing the victim on you. And I'm sure many of you have experienced this. I'm sure it's not just me, where, you've been wronged, but then somehow they flip the switch and they make it about themselves, and then you become the victimizer instead of the victim.
So keep that in mind. Jane is imposing an obligation on her sons. She's binding them into a covert contract. But they're children. They're not in a position to consent to such a contract. So how does this play out? Jane will do anything for them as long as they don't leave her alone. But as they start growing up, naturally, they start wanting to live their own lives. They want to spend time with their friends and lovers. And anytime they want to leave the house, anytime they want to do something without her, anytime she feels them creating some distance from her, their mom uses guilt and obligation to make them stay. She says, "After everything I've done for you, after all the time, energy, and money I've spent on you, you're just going to leave me?"
Again, that's playing the victim right there. No. A person has kids. In this case, the mother has kids. She chose to have children. She did what she wanted to do. And so having children, she sets up this agreement between her and her children that if she takes care of the children, then they will have to take care of her, even though the children can't consent to it. And then as they get older, whenever they want to go off and do their own thing, it's always, all the things that I've done for you, all the sacrifices, all of these things. How can you just, leave me like that? That's the guilt right there. And it's something that I think happens a lot. I just don't think a lot of people recognize it when it's happening.
You are terrible sons. You should be ashamed.
I love this. You should be ashamed. If you know me in person, if you've ever talked to me in person, one of the words that is a trigger for me is anyone when they say I should be anything, because it's just, who are you to say what should or should not be the case? That's a judgment at that point. To say something should be or not should be or should not be, I'm sorry. It assumes that you know what's best in the world. And I don't believe that any human who is here for the first time in their life knows what's best for the world. and can have any claim on how things should be. No, I understand, like, saying something should be in your own life. That's fine, but to like point a finger to some other thing and say this should be that, I don't fall in line with that. I disagree wholeheartedly.
But is this fair of Jane to do? She imposed this contract on her kids. I will take care of you as long as you never leave me, when they were not in a position to consent to such a contract. And whenever they seem to threaten her contract, she uses guilt and obligation to force them to comply again. Instead of handling the problem of loneliness in a mature and healthy way, she emotionally blackmails her sons into rescuing her. Now let's look at the second weapon someone uses when playing the victim: pity and disgust. Here, the person playing the victim claims that they did not give you legitimate consent when they actually did.
Curious, just based off of this so far, why do you think that people play the victim? I think he's given some reason, or maybe he didn't. I don't know. But why do you think people play the victim? Do you think victims are rewarded in our society? And if so, should we reward victims? If it creates this perverse incentive for people to constantly seek out victimhood. Because it's something that I'm noticing more and more lately, especially here in our country, in our modern society and culture, that we have so many people claiming victimhood to the point to where it's like, if everyone's a victim, then who's the victimizer? And can it be true that you can be both the victim and a victimizer? I think it can be the case that you could be both, but curious to know what you all think about that.
They're trying to claim they didn't give you legitimate consent so that others will feel pity for them and disgust for you. If people feel pity for them, they get people on their side and increase the chances that someone will come and rescue them. If people feel disgust for you, the person playing the victim turns people against you, which will increase the chances that you submit to their demands. Let's return to our example.
So the second point that he made, where it's like they'll try to get people to pity them to win over allyship, and they'll try to get people to like shun you, to try to coerce you into complying with their demands. I think this is why it's so important for people, especially people, to learn how to not care about what others think about them, especially if you don't respect them to begin with, right? Because people will try to use that to emotionally blackmail you and to try to get you to go along with whatever, ideas that they have in their head. Yo, what's up, Jimmy? More attention. Everyone roots for the underdog, even if the underdog is doing nothing to improve their position. But why do you think that is? Why do you think that people root for the underdog? I'll be honest, I rarely root for our underdog. For me, I don't understand why I would root for a loser. If you feel a certain kind of way, I'm not even sorry, to be honest. But it's just like, why do we root for losers? It makes sense to me that we would root for the winners, because the winners represent the best amongst us. Now, I do understand that that's not always true, but assuming that we're in an egalitarian society or system, the winners should be the best people. So why wouldn't we root for the best? I think it reminds them of themselves. Maybe. What do you mean by that? Like, elaborate on that. I'm gonna keep playing it while you elaborate.
Increase the chances that you submit to their demands. Let's return to our example. So Jane's attempt to use guilt and obligation works on one of her sons, Jamie, but they fail to work on Michael. Michael tells his mom that he's moving away to go to a good college. So what does Jane do when guilt and obligation fail? She uses pity and disgust. She says to Jamie, the son who feels obligated to her, "Can you believe Michael would do that to his own mother? He took all of my money and then left me all alone."
He took all of my money. Like, that's kind of interesting, because in my experience, children don't ask to be here. In my experience, but I have very limited experience on this earth. I'm only 35. So I do understand that I don't know everything, and I know there's a lot that I don't know. But in my observations so far, no kid has ever asked to be here. In most cases, it's the parents who want children. So for this person to, or at least in this example, for this person to say he took all my money and then left me, that's, I don't know, that seems a little bit gaslighty, if you ask me. Which no one's asking me, but I'm going to ask myself: is that gaslighty? Yeah, that's pretty gaslighty. There are a lot of people that are like you that go for winners because they have the winner's mentality. Well, maybe. I just thought that, I just thought that we should celebrate the best amongst us. I don't know. It's just, I don't know. I'm not saying that we should like, pile on the losers and talk down and all that kind of stuff. I'm not saying we should straight up disrespect the losers. I'm definitely not saying that. What I am saying is that we should celebrate the winners. And if we don't have to do anything for the losers. If they feel a certain kind of way, they can improve themselves and become winners and get the celebrations. Because let's be honest, it takes a lot of effort to be the best. And if everyone's not willing to put in that effort, then why should they be rewarded in the same capacity or in the same manner as those who strive to be the best? To me, it doesn't make sense. Maybe it's psychological, self-preservation sort of thing. Let's preserve them because it's preserving myself. I don't know. I'm not saying I disagree. All right. I'm not, let's be clear. I'm not saying I disagree. I'm saying literally, I don't know. But that's part of what I'm going to try to figure out over the next 5 to 10 to 15 years is why. Because it's stuff like this that's causing our society to fall apart, in my opinion. We are now celebrating the losers. We are now prioritizing the fringe at the expense of the majority. And just in my opinion, it's the majority who are actually doing the heavy lifting to make sure that society continues to run and we continue to grow. So the idea that we would turn away from the people who who are winning. That's the word I'm gonna use for now. Even though it doesn't really mean winning in the sense that we are out competing against one another, just the people who are out accomplishing, so winning. The fact that those are not the people who we celebrate and reward is baffling to me. It's something that I noticed that was happening when I was in, I think, sophomore year of high school. The concept of participation trophies started to crop up more and more, where people would get rewarded just because they participated. And the idea was that the people who lost, they would feel bad about themselves, and for whatever reason, we needed to coddle them and make them feel like they were just as good or equal to the people who actually were the winners. And I think that it's caused a lot of problems that we're starting to experience the effects of today. And I think there's still other problems that we just haven't experienced yet, or at least, people don't realize that we're experiencing it yet. Maybe if you celebrate the winner and deep down you think you're a loser, it shows an example of you can do it because X person did it. Then they reflect on their lives and have to come to terms. Well, yeah, that's what people should do. They should come to terms. I mean, I don't know. For me, I came to terms with the fact that there are people who are better than me. I came to terms a long time ago that no, in fact, we are not all equal. We may be equal under the eyes of the law, but in reality, we're not all equal. There are people who are bigger, stronger, faster, more flexible, smarter, richer. Every adjective you can use, they are more than that than me. And that's okay. So this idea that we need to coddle people is weird to me, because we should all take stock of where we are in life, and we should also be appreciative and grateful of the fact that not all of us, but some of us live in America where we don't have restrictions on how far we can go based off of where we are currently. We can improve ourselves, and we can actually climb the social ladder. That's what I did. Like, instead of being a victim. But let's see what else he has to say. Oh, you have more stuff. Let's see. With and come to terms with the fact that they aren't where they want to be. What they don't realize is it also gives you agency to climb new heights if you put in the effort. Well, that's the thing. You said, I think you hit the nail on the head, if you put in the effort. But the problem is that effort requires energy and it's a risk. You can fail. You may not get to the thing. For coming to terms and making the change is common sense. Oh, I'm sorry. For us, coming to terms and making the change is common sense. It seems like others get stuck for whatever reason, maybe discipline, maybe upbringing, etc. It's something, but I think it's something that we need to deal with because, it seems like we're starting to experience it more and more and more in our culture, and it's concerning to me because it seems like it's happened before in the past. When I say it seems, just pretend that it has. That this has happened before in other civilizations in the past, and what resulted from it was the death of that civilization. Now, as someone who enjoys the fruits of the civilization that our ancestors built, and I'm not saying just my complexion, I'm talking about all of our ancestors here in this country. Like we all came from somewhere, right? Like our ancestors built this civilization here in America that we now get to enjoy. And I've never built a civilization, so I don't have the skill set to do it. And I'm gonna assume that most people in our current society also don't have the skill set required to build a civilization and to deal with the fact that if you don't have a civilization, that all of the modern conveniences, all of the things that we take for granted today, we won't have. So we would have to do everything from scratch. That's not something I'm trying to see, especially because I know that human nature is such that we repeat, right? So it's like, let's say we destroy this current civilization. Slavery is still here in the world. Let's just be real. Slavery still exists. That's a concern for me, where it's just like, I don't want to fall back into slavery like my ancestors were. I was never a slave, for what it's worth, in case y'all didn't know that. But my ancestors were. And I don't want our country to devolve to the point to where their progeny, me, can fall back into slavery. But maybe that's just a concern that someone like me has. Maybe that's my privilege of being a black man in America. Maybe that's my privilege speaking. Not sure if America as we know it can be built with today's mindset. It can't. It can't. Extrapolating this, what does this mean for our future? Well, you see what's happening with our future, right? I can't be the only one who's noticing the fact that our society is degenerate. It's fallen into degeneracy. It's falling apart. And it's not like obviously it's not just like, oh, one day is perfect and then next day is horrible. It's been this gradual decline that I've noticed over the past 20 years. I'm not that old, but I'm old enough to have been able to be very coherent and just cognizant of what's going on around me. And there has been a continual decline for the past 20 years in my experience. So if that's happening in just 20 years, and when I look at today's education, when I'm looking at the budgets, by the way, we'll get into that, how we're now starting to take away from education to divert that money to interest payments, I only see it getting worse. If we have a less educated population, that doesn't bode well for the society as a whole. Because let's be real, the thing that has made us great is the fact that we were educated. We achieved, I'm gonna call it 100%. It's not exactly 100%, but it's close enough to where it doesn't even really matter. We've achieved 100% literacy rates in our country. Maybe it's 99%, but you get the point. Basically, almost all. Everybody in our country can read and write. You can't take this for granted. I've been to countries where the literacy rate is below 30%. It's possible. I don't know why it is in our country where we think that, that things are just in the past and it can't happen, and I don't understand it, but I guess what it is that I've been places, and that's, yeah, I guess travel does open your eyes up to the way that the world can be, right? Like America can be worse. It can be better, but I tend to go with worst case because, better is good for everybody, but worse is bad for everybody as well, and it's worse, I think. Just saying hi. I'm just going in to figure out what the topic is before saying anything. There's no topic. I just hopped in, bro. You don't have to figure out what's going on. Just just hop in and chat about whatever you want. I feel like the average person has a base level of decency and common sense, but when I look online, it seems like a lot of that disappears. Why we're teaching, B jobs in schools. I didn't know that was being taught in schools. I'm just learning something. Maybe I have a bias because I'm in STEM, but these are outright ridiculous. Hey, Will, I can't say that right now, but the thing is that we've redefined words. So if we're gonna play that game, which I'm happy to play it, the concept of a gender is defined socially, whereas the concept of a sex is defined biologically. So as a result, I've decided that I don't care about gender at all. Fuck your gender. I don't care. I only identify you based on your sex. So this is how I get around it. I'm just like, okay, you can be whatever gender you want. I look at your sex, and that's what I'm going to go by. I don't really care about gender because, like who's someone to say what I should be based off of my outward appearance. So I hear a lot of talk about what a real man would do and what a real man should do. Well, if that's a gender role and we are no longer living in the 50s and we're all equal, then I say we do away with all genders at all because we're all equal. So genders don't matter anymore, right? If that's the idea, is that gender is a social construct and like we're all equal. So that means that social construct no longer serves any useful purpose. So in my opinion, we should just throw it out. So that's what I've done. I mean, I'm not a tyrannical type of person. So if you want to, continue to focus on gender, I'm saying, yeah, go for it. Whatever helps you sleep at night. But I won't. Right. And this is the difference between me and them, is that I am happy to say, you know what? Okay, yeah, you do you. I don't have to participate in it. It's fine. That's just how I am. I'm very this is what happens when you deal with someone like me, where it's just like, okay, I can play the game too. I can become a victim too. I have all of the victim cards that I can pull from if I really, really, really wanted to. I just choose not to because I think it's stupid and pathetic. And I don't have respect for the people who do that. So I don't want to lose respect for myself. So I'm not willing to do it. But who knows? Maybe I'll do it for fun, just to troll, because I do that sometimes too. All right, let's get through. Let's get through.
She makes Jamie feel pity towards her, increasing the chances he'll rescue her, and makes him feel disgust towards his brother Michael, increasing the chances Jamie will abandon Michael or coerce him into submitting to his mother's demands. But is it fair for Jane to claim that Michael took all of her money and left?
Before he answers, what do y'all think? Is it fair for a mother to demand of her child that he must do X, Y, or Z because she took care of him as a kid? And the premise of this is what is a victim? Here are my notes so far. Oh wait, I'm in full screen mode. I don't know why I did that. Here are my notes so far. Let me make it a little bit bigger. So a victim is someone who is taken advantage of by another person. On the topic of playing the victim, someone who uses morality to gain power, wasn't taken advantage of by another person, and it's something to do with consent. And this is the taken advantage of, right? So taking advantage of is something to do with consent. And there are two ways that this can be done: giving consent but claiming that you didn't give the consent. This has happened a lot, and I'll let y'all think about when this has happened or in what situations this has happened. And then the second point that he made is you claim the other person consented to something that they didn't, or that they weren't able to consent to at the time. In this case, they're talking about children, or he's talking about children, or she, I don't know, whatever. They're talking about children. All right.
Contract is I will take care of you as long as you never leave me. Jane was an adult when she chose to enter that contract for Michael. But Michael was just
Well, so my issue with this, Jimmy, is that if we can't say what a woman is, and we don't even know what the hell a woman is anymore, apparently. I mean, when I say we, I'm not including myself in that subset of people. I'm not stupid, so I actually know what a woman is. But I'm going to say we just to be inclusive. So it's just like, if we don't know what a real woman is, then how could we have people say what a man is? Because in my opinion, woman and man are two sides of the same coin. So if we don't know what one side is, then how can we know what the other is? I don't know. Maybe that's just too logical.
baby. Jane was capable of giving legitimate consent, and she did. But she expected a mutual consent from Michael that he wasn't in a position to give as a child. And even if Michael was able to give consent, he might not have wanted to enter into that contract with his mother, one where she supports him in exchange for him never leaving her alone. So she gave him legitimate consent to receive her support as a child, but now that he's not meeting her demands, she's trying to claim that she never gave him consent and that he took advantage of her. That's just one example of someone playing the victim, but it can happen in many different types of relationships, between lovers, family, friends, or co-workers. But everyone who plays the victim has one thing in common: covert contracts. What's that? It's a hidden expectation of someone else. Remember, I said that a person can play the victim in two ways. The first way is that they can give you legitimate consent and then claim they never gave it to you. But why would they claim they didn't give it to you? Usually because they had a hidden expectation, a covert contract, which you didn't live up to. And so now, they want to claim they never gave you consent to punish you or to make you fulfill the hidden expectation they have. The second way someone can play the victim is that they can claim you gave consent when you didn't or were not in a position to. In our previous example with Jane, the mother, she might say to her son Michael, "You were never supposed to leave me." But that was a hidden expectation, a covert contract.
Can y'all see how this is sinister? And this is something to be mindful of, because you also may be, guilty of doing something like this yourself. This is why it's so important to make it clear what your intentions are and what your expectations are. I do think that this is hard for a lot of people because it can make you seem like an asshole if you're very upfront with what your expectations are. Or if you're dealing with certain people, it can make you feel come off as controlling because you set a boundary for yourself. You say, this is what I expect, and this is what you're going to get if you meet my expectations, and this is what you are going to get or not get if you don't. But far too often, we leave a lot of things unsaid. And I think honestly, this is a failure of communication. I think that is the root cause of most issues in relationships. And when I say relationships, I'm not talking about romantic, that too. But I'm not really talking about romantic relationships. I'm talking about the fundamental part of it. Like, a relationship is, a relationship between two people, any two people, right? So it could be business partners. It can be, me and you all on this stream. Like, if I had some type of hidden, expectations from you, that's part of it, right? So I think this is the root cause of a lot of problems, this covert contract that he's talking about.
That Michael's mother had for him. Michael never gave legitimate consent to that expectation. So how do we stop playing the victim or being manipulated by other people playing the victim? The answer comes back to this: mutual consent between people who are in a position to give legitimate consent. We need to be clear about what we want from others and what they want in return. And then we have to mutually consent to give one another those things. And in cases where the other party can't give us consent, such as our children, We are only free to give our consent to them, but we can't demand things of them that they aren't in a position to give us consent for. As always, this is just my opinion, understanding, and interpretation of some of Nietzsche's ideas, not advice. If you liked the video, please consider liking
Is that it? Or I guess
the
there's more.
video. And if you're looking for another Nietzsche video to watch
It's just okay. So I'm curious, how have any of you read Nietzsche? I haven't read any of his stuff to completion. I've only read, bits and pieces of his ideas. And yeah, a lot of it requires a lot of deep thinking because honestly, like the fact that a man like him existed and was able to articulate these types of things is very impressive. The reason why I say that is because I've spent a lot of time reflecting on my life and things that have occurred in my life. Both under the influence of things like ayahuasca and shrooms and other things, as well as just alone when I'm out doing my very long walks. This is back when I used to be out in nature, and I would actually do. That's what I call them, nature walks still, but I would actually be out in nature, and I'll be out there for a very long time. To the point to where I can clear out my mind and really think about things and have a conversation with some other entities. So the fact that this man is able to articulate these things is quite impressive because a lot of these ideas that he's talking about are quite abstract. And sure, we have concrete examples of them in our lives, but a lot of times you have to like mentally take yourself above that level so that you can look at it from above, like in a detached style, which is hard to do. It's something that I don't think many people have the capacity to even do. Questions. Of course, the parent might be wrong in this case. Do you think the kids share responsibility, especially as they get older? You should learn to spot manipulation and cut it off, type of thing. Well, I don't know if I quite understand your question. But I'll try to, let me see. Tell me where I'm wrong. Of course, a parent might be wrong in this case. So the parent is the one who is the only party in this, in all of the people involved. They're the only party who has the ability to provide consent. The children do not. So I would say the responsibility all falls on the person who's able to provide the consent. Now, do you think the kids share responsibility, especially as they get older? No, I don't. I don't think they share responsibility because how can you be responsible for decisions you did not make? Right? I think part of responsibility is that you also need to have the agency to make that decision. And that's kind of what I was getting at the beginning of this. Children don't ask to be here. Generally, children come as a result, or at least I'm going to say the word that I say you shouldn't say. They should come as a result of two people wanting children. So that's their decision. They are exercising their agency to have children, which is why they're the only ones who are able to provide the consent, which is why I can't put any type of responsibility on the kids. Now, I think maybe I see where you're coming from to some extent, where you're saying, well, if they get older, they should learn to be able to spot that manipulation and cut it off, type of thing. I mean, I don't know. Like, should they? I don't know. And like, if we say that they should, well, we can also say the same thing about people in our society, like full-grown adults who don't understand that they're being manipulated right now. Like, it's hard. I mean, the thing is, it's hard to know when you're being manipulated, especially if you're being manipulated by someone who, you care for, like a parent, or if you're being manipulated by some organization or entity that's very, very good at it, like propaganda. Like, it's hard to know that you're being manipulated when you are. And I mean, maybe you see it now, but like, just pretend that most people aren't like you. Think about it this way, right? So right now you're watching a live stream about some random dude looking at Nietzsche and talking about Nietzsche. Do you think normal people would be interested in this? And what I'm getting at is there might be some selection bias where, you are this way, so you assume that the rest of the world is this way. But in reality, you just may be a minority. So while yes, I understand where you're coming from, I don't know if I fully agree because the reason why we have propaganda is because it works, and we know it works because not everybody is on an equal playing field. We're not truly all equal because if we were, everyone would be able to see through the bullshit. But that's not true. So let's look at this in another light. If you get scammed, the scammer is at fault. Do you think you're also at fault? Not entirely. Not entirely. Here's a example of people getting scammed. This happened in China. They go to these gold stores because they like to buy gold. The thing is that these stores are state owned. They're state owned. They're state owned enterprises, and for the most part, they're told that the merchandise that they're selling is real, and they have certificates of authenticity. They have tests. They have all these things showing that the gold that they're about to buy is in fact real. And they offer services to store the gold because, don't want to just have a bunch of gold in your house. So they have services to store the gold at these stores, which are state owned, which, all of the media in the country says that these things are safe to put your money or, buy and put your money in. But then come to find out the gold that these state owned enterprises are selling is fake. And on top of that, the storage service that they're providing, what they're actually doing is they're taking the gold and not allowing the people to get their gold out of the store because they no longer have it. So this is an example of millions of people being scammed. Can we say that it's their fault for trusting their government? We've done it here, right? Like hell, we do it now where most of us have our money in a bank account. So let's say that there's a run on the banks. Generally, we use a fractional reserve system here. So the amount of money that a bank has on its books is not the amount of money that they actually have in their vault, essentially. So would it be fair to say that we are responsible for getting scammed for putting our money in the bank? I don't know. I don't think so. I don't know. This is why I fall in between where it's like I believe that real victims exist, and I don't think that we should blame real victims. The problem is, or the thing that makes the waters a little bit murky, is the fact that we have fake victims, people who play the victim. So yeah, it makes it harder, right? But in general, I don't really go into the victim blame camp because they're the victim. Maybe that's why people want to be the victim, is because they can be absolved of all responsibility. Not entirely. Obviously, I will ask certain questions, which I guess are considered victim blaming now. For instance, if someone gets slapped in the face, my first question is going to be well, did you say anything? Did you do anything in the past? Why did this person slap you? Because I don't believe that people just do something out of the blue unprovoked. Now, it does sometimes happen, but I think that's very rare. It's just very rare that will happen. Yeah, well, hell, we're both in the same camp. We both don't agree. We both don't know. We're just figuring it out, I guess. Not entirely, but there's a bit, right? Ignorance is not an excuse. The agency comes from learning from the scam and not being scammed from it in the future. No, well, yeah, but what about the first time you get scammed, right? There's a first time for everything. I agree. You should learn from your experiences, but if you've never experienced being scammed, then you don't have an experience to learn from. And ignorance can be an excuse. I'm not generally an absolutist when it comes to anything. I think that there are situations where ignorance is an excuse. Good example is, let's say you live in a country that doesn't have freedom of speech and the media is all state owned. In the books that you have available to read are controlled by the state, and the resources you have access to are controlled by the state. So if you live in that kind of society, I can't blame you for being ignorant. Or let's say you live in a free society, right? But it's just very poor. You don't have access to resources. You just don't have the access to things. I can't fault you for being ignorant about certain things. And I guess I look at it from the perspective of someone who came from limited resources, where, I learned that unless you have those things around you, you just won't know. And sure, you could say, oh well, you should have went to go learn these things, but it's kind of like the Google question, right? Whereas, you have to know what to Google, right? You still need to have some baseline knowledge of what you want to learn so that you can go and learn it. It's not just oh yeah, like I'll just go learn about X, Y, or Z. Well, what happens if you don't even know what X, Y, or Z is? You don't even know they exist. Even now, there are certain things that I know that, I didn't know when I was younger. And when I talk to people now, it becomes very obvious that they don't know about certain things. And I can't fault them for not knowing about it, because how could they? Just how could they know unless they were around certain people or in a certain environment, All right, let's go to the next video. There is, let's see here. All right, so we're gonna do this one by Aaron Bird, I think. I think that's the one I wanted to do. Yeah. We'll do that one first.
Hello and welcome back to my channel.
Oh, hold on. I gotta give her a like. This is a person named Aaron Bird. I'll share a link to the video. Maybe. Is it gonna work? Okay. All right. There's the video if you want to go take a look. I've never watched this, so we're watching this together. So I will be pausing this often, like I usually do. So just be warned. If you have thoughts, just share them. We'll probably stop and talk about it. Oh, and the name of the video is Why Matriarchies Fell.
Recently, I've been reading books about the history of feminism and men's roles in society. I finished a book called Occult Feminism, The Secret History of Women's Liberation by Rachel Wilson, as well as the book A World Without Men by Erin Clary. I would highly recommend both of these titles. Two things have become clear to me. The first is that I thought I had a pretty good handle on what first wave feminism was about and how the movement happened, but I learned that it was more of a top-down imposition rather than a grassroots campaign. I've also learned that if feminists had their way, they would turn society into a matriarchy and eliminate the authoritative roles men hold in society, and if this ever were to happen, it would be a complete and total disaster. This video pertains to the dark and deceptive origins of feminism, as well as what would happen if Western civilization ever became a full-blown matriarchy. Women are, for the most part, ungrateful for the society that men have built for them. Although far from scientific, random polling on TikTok shows how the majority of randomly selected women believe that they don't need men. When asked if women needed men, their answers ranged anywhere from not necessarily to F men, but I wonder if these women have ever really considered what the world would be like without them.
Of course not.
What would happen if all the men just disappeared tomorrow? According to the book A World Without Men, that world would be bleak, unproductive, and resembling a third world country, except maybe worse. Due to the technological achievements of Western
I would actually say it would be worse. Here's why. While nature still exists, like animals still exist. Now, I know that it may seem like animals are just these things that exist outside of human society, but in reality, the only reason why these animals stay away from us is because we are also predators. We hunt. They might get killed if they come out here. By who? Well, by us. So for the most part, we don't have dangerous animals lurking in our streets. But if we were to go away, I'm pretty sure within a few months, those animals will be back. Here's what happens if you don't cut your grass. I don't know if y'all know this, but if you don't cut your grass, there's a reason why you should cut your grass, by the way. Snakes, they come if you don't cut your grass. All right. And that will happen within the time frame of like a couple months. Those aren't the only things that'll start coming if you don't cut your grass. All of the rodents that you normally don't see, they will be out in that grass, and that's going to attract other animals that like to prey on animals because, you know, now their food source is there. So it will only be a matter of months before nature starts to come back. So no, I don't think it would be just like a third world country. In fact, a lot of times when people say third world country, I don't really think they understand what that really means. I've been to several third world countries, and a lot of people have this conception that they're just poor, when in reality, it was more about like political allegiance. Like, which block were you a part of? Were you part of the first world, aka the West, the second world, aka the people who I think were aligned with the USSR, or the third world, the people who didn't align with anyone? And it just so happens that, you know, certain people who align with certain blocks, they became wealthier or poor as a result. But it's not really, oh, you're a third world, I can't say that for whatever. You're third world just because you're poor. And that's kind of what I'm getting the sense of from her. But I'm not really attacking her. I'm just pointing out something.
Primarily the Industrial Revolution, women have been increasingly more involved in the workforce. In the late 1800s, early 1900s, factory owners and Gilded Age elites campaigned to allow women to work outside the home because they could pay them less than men to work in their factories, and more working women meant more consumers. Later on, the invention of the birth control pill would grant women access to positions of power through their careers and lead them to dominate in education and academia. Guns further evened the playing field and led to men no longer having a monopoly on force. It is only through technology that women have been able to transform gender roles.
To answer your question directly, no. And to be frank, I won't. My reason for that is I've learned as a man that no one else cares about me. So that leaves just one person to care about me, and caring about me is a full-time job. So my effort and my energy is spent caring about myself. I'm not interested in trying to help other people understand that, you know, they're playing with fire. Those people who want to play with fire, let them play with fire. There are people who, you know, as I'm speaking or whatever, they will understand, and, you know, they like you. It seems like you're kind of on the same page. It's like, yeah, like we agree, but my job isn't to convince you of anything. I'm just, you know, sharing my opinions. If you agree, great. If you disagree, also great. It's more of understanding that to think that I know best and to then enforce that onto other people, that's a form of tyranny. And it's an ego thing too, because it assumes that I know what's best. And to be honest, I don't know what's best, which is why I know, like, I'm not interested in trying to convince others of anything. I'm just going to say some things, and, you know, if it makes sense to other people and they agree and they want to follow along with it, okay. But I don't want to fall into the trap that so many other people fall into, which is, I know what's best. This is what we need to do. I'm going to enforce my worldview on everyone else because I know everything. Like, no, that's just not me. That's tyranny. That's authoritarianism. I don't want any parts of that. I think that, you know, you can bring people to your side just by, you know, sharing your opinions, giving your thoughts, and also having discourse with other people and trying to figure out where you may be wrong, where you may have blind spots. And by doing that, you know, everybody involved becomes better off. Like we all improve. We all have a better shared understanding of at least, you know, our worldview. And like, if we all came together and we want to form our own thing, then that's fine, right? Like, that's one thing that I think is great about America, or at least it was great, is that, You can do that in this country where it's like, you have your values, you have your beliefs. Okay, well, go and do your own thing. That's what the Mormons did. Like, it's not just them too. Like, there are entire communities in Brooklyn that did the same thing. So I'm kind of in that camp of, like live and let live. If I don't have to tell people that, hey, if you do this, you're gonna have an effed up life. It's just, let's just let life show them that, or we'll let life show that we were wrong. I don't think that it's my job or even my duty to expend my energy and effort trying to show other people that, what they're doing could lead to a situation that they don't want. At least from what I was told by some, I don't know what the hell it was. That's what true love is understanding that we are all our own human beings and we have to let people live. Just let them live. They'll find out. So long as I don't have to be a part of their reckoning, that's fine. Clove, at the same time, you're concerned with the place in which I'm concerned with the place which I live. Yeah, you're right. Which is the reason why I'm talking about it. I think that in times like this, what we need more of is conversation and discussion and discourse. I think that's needed, especially when the prevailing culture is to try to silence people. I think that that's the time when people need to speak up. Otherwise, they win. And sure, if they win, I'll just leave. I'm straight up. I'm already halfway here, halfway out. So it's like, if shit really goes south, I will just leave. And it's like y'all can have it. I can go somewhere else. That's kind of how I've always been, though. It's like I'm not interested in trying to change others so that my life will be better. It's like, I'm going to say what I want to say, and I hope it resonates with other people, and maybe that inspires them to speak up as well. And maybe we start to see changes. Maybe not. Maybe we continue to go down this path that we're going, where I have to sacrifice my life that I have here to go somewhere else. But I'm not beyond that, because other people have had to do that too. Other people have fled their countries to go to other countries for a better life. So, like, what makes me above that? Nothing. All right, there's a second point here. How do you handle self-preservation? Let's say in the case of dramatic decline in society. Well, that's it. I'm just straight up leave. And I'm not talking about the leave that a lot of people talk about, where they're like, oh, if so and so wins, I'm moving. Nah, I'm not talking about that. I have been getting things in order to secure, different living situations, just based off of the fact that I realized that I don't have to live here in America. It wasn't based out of I don't want to live here. It was just like, oh, I can live anywhere on earth. So now that I understand that, it's like, yeah, like let's really consider what that means. Where do I want to go? I don't know. Like, I mean, I have I'm able to go to Singapore and Oman. To be honest, I don't want to go anywhere. Like, I'm gonna be real. I don't want to go anywhere. I would prefer to stay here at home. My home is here in Texas. My ancestors, as far back as, obviously far back enough, they go to Africa somewhere. I don't know where. But as far as I know, my heritage is here in Texas. My great-great-grandparents, I think my great-great-great-grandparents were born here. My great-great-grandparents, my great-great-grandmother. I'm sorry, my great-grandmother or great-grandparents. I knew both of them, actually. My grandparents, my mother, me, my uncles, my brothers, everyone in my family is born in Texas, and all the ones who are no longer here are buried here in Texas. So this is my home. I would rather stay home, real talk. But, if I have to go somewhere, I'm not gonna say, oh, well, because, like, this is my home, I'm never gonna leave. Nah, it's not me. So hopefully that gives you some understanding. I really don't want to leave. And it's not really based off of who's in power either. It's based off of, does this country still have the values that I have? Because I'm going to be real, my values are not my own values. And what I mean by that is, just like every one of you, you were born into a culture that existed before you. The values that you have were given to you by your parents and your family, by your society, by your culture. All these things, they were given to you. We have American values here, at least the American values that existed in the past. And I understand that if I go somewhere else, it's unlikely that they're going to have the same values that I have. Now, there may be some similarities. We may have some that are in common, but you know, what I found is through all of the places that I visited, while we do have some set of like what I call them universal values now, because I've realized that most places on earth, a lot of people want the same things. We do have what we call, like what I call universal values. But when you spend enough time in any one place, you start to realize that, you know, the value systems are different. You know, there are certain things that are different. And for me, my value system is American, straight up. I'm not ashamed of it. Like, this is my country. I'm born here. I'm American. So it makes sense that I would have American values. But these values that are cropping up here in America now, I guess we could call them American because they were, I don't know. Are they American or were they imported here from somewhere else? I don't know. But that's the point where I think I have to leave. I would be forced to leave, where, you know, if I had to change my value system, which won't happen, then it means that I have to leave. I don't think that I need to enforce other people to change their value systems for me to stay. I think that's quite foolish. It's also selfish. You know, if the majority of the people in our country like the direction that it's going, then it's on me to leave and let them enjoy the country that they want. And I don't see anything wrong with that. I think that's quite fair. Right. Like, and I think that should be the case for everyone else. It's like, if you don't like something, if you don't like some environment, I don't think that it's appropriate to expect that environment or those people within that environment to change for you. That's very selfish. That's very egotistical. It sounds like main character syndrome, like the world revolves around you and not the other way around, which is we revolve around the society, which is the whole, the collective. But it seems like more and more here in America it's extremely individualistic. We no longer have the idea of the collective over the individual. We've gone too far in the individual route. And that's the thing that's concerning, because that is the breakdown of a society. Because you can't have a society with people who only care about themselves. They have to care about how they affect others at some base level. Now, I'm not saying that there aren't any people who are like that, but it seems like, you know, every generation there are fewer and fewer people who are that way.
And norms. When the suffragists of the late 1800s campaigned for the expansion of women's rights, namely the right to vote, the vast majority of women did not support this movement, even though most people today believe that they did. In Occult Feminism, the book describes how the
I like how she phrased it. She said the word believe. Yeah, believe means something very interesting, you know, because you know, we believe in witches, we believe in UFOs, we believe in deities, we believe in a lot of different things. Beliefs, that's something that you can do without evidence. You don't need evidence to believe something. You know, some people believe in the Tooth Fairy, and they believe in Santa Claus, or they believe in the Easter Bunny or whatever stuff. Like, they believe in things. So when someone's like, "Oh, I believe this," a lot of times it's unfounded on anything. It's just what you think is true, based almost nothing really. It's just, you just believe it. This is something that I'm very mindful of, is that I have challenged my beliefs, and I've even asked the questions, where did they come from? You know, like, why do I believe in certain things? And I also have asked the questions, do they serve me? Right? Like, it's one thing to believe in something, but if it doesn't serve you, then maybe it's a belief that you can let go of. And I've done it. There are things that I was raised up believing, and, you know, after a lot of reflection and, you know, experiences and all these things, I learned that like these are beliefs that I believed in because I was told that this is true and I didn't really see any evidence or whatever. But then later on in life, I realized that though that belief system didn't serve me, it didn't help me get to where I wanted to be. It didn't bring me any type of happiness or fulfillment or anything. So it's like, why do I hold myself to these beliefs that don't serve me? You may not be able to tell, but I grew up in, like, when I was going to school, I was surrounded by people like me. Like, if you can understand what that means. There's a lot of things in my culture that now, after, like over a decade of being an adult on my own, it's been, what, 15 years now? Yeah, about 15 years of being an adult and being on my own. Actually longer than that. I've come to realize that a lot of the things that I just believed growing up, they don't serve me. And now looking at the people who still believe that and looking at myself, I see how they have remained stagnant. They're still in the same place. Where I've only continued to ascend further and further and it's just like, it's almost like what's the word? It's almost like it's proof that whatever it is that I was believing in back then was false. Because if it were true, then maybe I wouldn't be where I am. And here's just an example, so I'm not just being abstract. Where I grew up, I believed as a kid that white people were there to hold me back. They were the man. Anything bad happened, if I couldn't get anywhere in life, that it wasn't my fault. It was because I was black. That's what I was brought up believing as a kid. Fortunately, I had my grandfather and some other folks in my life who pulled me out of that line of thinking and told me that it's like, no, whether it's true or not, it don't really matter. It's like you can do better, right? Like if you think that's true, then you just need to make sure you go in, like, basically, my grandpa was really very big on education, even though he didn't really, I think he dropped out in sixth or seventh grade. So he didn't really finish school, but he believed in education, at least for me, where he's like, you need to make sure that you learn as much as possible and you read as much as possible and that you do the things that you need to do so that you never fall into this idea that just because you're black, that you can't do something. So, my culture is saying, oh, well, the reason why we're here is because of them. And my grandpa is saying, no, you can do what you want, but you need to work for it. Now, I actually did what he told me to do, as well as some of the other folks who told me to do stuff. And I see what happened with me. I don't live in the same place that I grew up in. I have friends, well, they're not friends anymore, but friends back when I was growing up who still live in the houses that they grew up in the hood. I remember going to gosh, what's the elementary school? Reynolds. Like the elementary school that I went to. I remember kids, my friends from back in those days, back in 3rd, 4th, 5th grade, going to J.R. Reynolds, as well as going to Woodson, who live in the same place that their grandparents bought. Their parents still live there, and they live there, and now their children live there. And I'm not saying it's bad to live at home, but they never really went anywhere in life. And then you have me, and it's just like, I'm the one on the block, and I used to go home often, and they still know who I am. So anytime I'm there, I'm hanging out because, like, they were my childhood friends. And it's quite stark, the differences. The last time I was there in a G-Wagon, and I'm like, yo, let's go do some stuff. I'm the only one with a G-Wagon. I'm not saying that makes me like any special. It's just, you just got to understand that I got to a point to where I was able to actually buy things and provide for other people, and they didn't. And I think the only differentiator is the mindset, because I will tell you that I am not the smartest person. I'm not the most talented person. I'm not any of those things. But despite all of those things, I've still been able to see some level of success. And I think it's all down to mindset and letting go of the belief system that, I grew up in. This is why I say, if it doesn't serve you, then why keep it, I noticed there's a big difference between African Americans and Africans. Well, there are because like the culture is different, and it's not just Africans. Even Africans within Africa, like different tribes. We look at it as countries, but country is not the same thing. That's a very Western European type of idea. Is this idea of a nation. Uh, a lot of other people don't have that same idea. They identify more with their tribe or with their family or with their clan, that kind of thing. But yeah, like there are cultural differences, but that's just due to the nature of where they grew up. Not one's not better or worse. Like they all have pros and cons. Let's be real. Even within our culture, there are some very positive things that come from it. There are also some very negative things. It just seems that in ours, we tend to celebrate the very negative things for whatever reason. I don't know why. Arrested Development, it's something. I don't know what it is. But what I found is that, I can continually try to play the victim. That's what we were talking about earlier. I can play the victim and try to make it seem like the reason why I'm where I am is because of everyone else. Or I can just assume all responsibility and accountability for where I am in my life. Whether I'm the reason for it or not is kind of irrelevant. I think that by assuming responsibility for things, you are taking power. That simple. So, even if, I am not really the reason for anything, it doesn't matter. I will take responsibility for it. And then that gives me the power to change it. Agreed. Didn't mean to apply one. Yeah, I know. I know. I'm not assuming you meant that. I was just saying. Learn from both and take the best of both. What I found is to learn from everyone, like just literally everyone. And maybe this is I guess this is one of the privileges that I've had in my life is that I was also around people who, let's just say corporate types. I was around corporate types as well as entrepreneurs, as well as drug dealers, as well as people who, they have a lot of people who go out and do work for them. I was around all of that. And one thing that I look back now and I'm kind of happy that I did this is that I recognize that I can learn something from everyone. And maybe I didn't recognize that. Maybe that was my grandpa who told me that it's like, no matter how much I think I know or how much I know or how smart I am, that I can always learn something from someone else because at the end of the day, they have experiences that I don't have. And through those experiences, that's actually how you really learn. Through those experiences, I can gain their wisdom. And then to me, that's the differentiator between wisdom and being smart, is that wisdom is learning from others. There's all these other people who have lived experiences that either A, you will never have, or B, like it will take you too long to have it. So it's like, why not just listen to the people who are around you who've done it? And even if they're wrong or right, it doesn't really matter, right? You just keep talking and listening to as many people as possible. And if you are smart, you will be able to recognize patterns and trends, and you can pick and choose the things that you're going to do. I've learned a great deal of things from all manner of people. People who didn't really graduate past elementary school. People who are like genius people, like literal geniuses. People who are convicted felons. I mean, you draw from everyone. That's what I've done, and it's worked out well for me. I'm not saying you need to do it, but anyway, let's keep going.
A large number of anti-suffragists and their message were lost to history, which suppresses their existence. Most women at the time did not want the right to vote because they believed it would make them equally responsible for governing society, as well as protecting people and property, and this isn't really possible for women. The anti-suffragists believed that women were a special and protected class and life was good for them. They had more influence and power in areas outside of government within patriarchy. They had faith in their fathers and husbands to run society fairly and benevolently. They also accurately predicted that feminism would lead to the breakdown of the family unit. History has been altered to leave these women out of the story due to something called standpoint feminist theory, which is a postmodern philosophy that says there is no such thing as objective truth, only people's experience of truth.
Oh gosh. Yeah. What do y'all think of that? That there is no such thing as objective truth, just experienced truth. I thought that was the point of universities and colleges, was to get to the truth. I don't know.
Due to standpoint theory, we have been taught a false history of how women lived prior to first wave feminism. In our history classes, we have been taught that women were domestic slaves who were routinely abused and had no freedom. We learn that women weren't allowed to receive an education and were forced to have children until they died miserably in childbirth. However, according to Rachel Wilson, women's freedom wasn't nearly as restricted as history books make it out to be. Women could choose who.
All right. So she says something that kind of plays into something that we were talking about earlier, which is this propaganda, right? Where you were saying, about ignorance. Like, can you be at fault? And this is an example of that, right? So the books that people that we believe are true, that contain facts, what if those are propaganda and people believe it? Should I hold the people who believe what they read in their books and what they were educated with in school, that they believe this stuff? My initial reaction is no, I shouldn't blame those people. Like, by definition, though, they're victims. I can't blame, right? That's what I'm getting at, where it's like, depending on where it's not even depending, just anywhere. If you trust the sources that are being given to you, and like, what reason do you have to not trust it, especially if you've been brought up in the education system where, we learn to trust things that come from the authority or authoritative sources. Then if a book says this is the case and you believe that this is the case because that's what the book says, and at that point it's no longer belief but a fact, because that's backed up by a book. I'm saying that, but that's kind of the way it works. Then I can't blame these people for falling victim, because they fell victim through education. And probably it was backed up through through being raised as a child. Like, the society kind of enforces that same idea because they were educated in the same manner. I hope that makes sense. I'm kind of rambling, but hopefully that makes sense.
They married. They could get divorced. They could work outside of the home. Women were educated and even wrote books. Standpoint theory comes from epistemology and says that a person's perception of reality is dependent upon their social standing, and their experiences are formed from their unique point of view, and therefore there is no objective truth or objective history, because everyone has a different perspective on the world. According to standpoint theory, there is only my truth and your truth, but no the truth. However,
So given that there's only my truth and your truth, how does that play out in the justice system? Why do we have so many men in prison for crimes if like there is no objective truth? Isn't that the point of a jury? To figure out what's true and to then levy some type of judgment? Maybe this is why nowadays in modern society you can go and steal a bunch of shit and not go to jail, is because maybe you can say, oh, I didn't steal those things, and you wouldn't be lying because that's your truth, right? Or maybe this is why people can get away with murder these days, because they can say, oh, no, I didn't murder that person. And it's like, now it's just your truth versus my truth. And at what point do we say, all right, well, which one is the truth if there is no the truth? I don't know. Maybe that's the first thing my mind goes to. If there's no the truth, then how does that work in our justice system? I'm not smart enough to understand how that works in our justice system.
Perception can be altered by many things, such as psychosis and drugs, and reality can be misconstrued. Without objective truth, none of us can know anything at all. Standpoint theory attempts to render truth irrelevant. My question is this: if two people have different versions of what happened, whose perspective takes priority? Whose perspective is more valuable? There's an implied hierarchy in that.
I'm glad that she brought that up. And there is an implied hierarchy. But that's the thing that's interesting, is that hierarchies are natural. They exist everywhere. Even outside of human societies, they exist everywhere. So this idea that we in the West think that we can do away with hierarchies is it's asinine. It doesn't, it's like a rejection of nature, which is why I don't think it's going to work out. You can't reject nature and then expect to continue to live through it, because nature always wins. Always. Mankind has been trying to battle nature ever since recorded history has existed. We've done everything we can to try to fight against nature. And every single day, we continue to lose to it. Even now, like, yes, we are better at handling it. Yeah, we can prepare for things, but like, even now, we still lose to nature. We even bake in the fact that we lose to nature into our tax code. Bet you didn't know that. Depreciation. That's baking in the fact that nature exists into our tax code, because nature takes its toll on everything. Everything deteriorates, including us. We all die. Life insurance. What is that for? It's to contend with the fact that nature always wins.
Situation. Standpoint theory makes it impossible to question history and is a form of societal gaslighting on a grand scale.
Yes.
In the book Occult Feminism, it highlights the work of several different women who were responsible for the launch of first wave feminism. One of these women was named Matilda Joslyn Gage, who published an article called Woman, Church, and State in 1893. In this article, she made the claim that Christianity is the enemy of feminism, and she used archaeological findings to support the theory of ancient matriarchies. During the time period...
Wait. Did she say ancient matriarchies that don't exist anymore? Like, that's the fun thing, is that why would you point to a civilization that met its demise and say, oh, we should be like them, unless your goal is to meet your demise? Shouldn't you only point to successful civilizations that have stood the test of time? There are a few of them, actually. There's several, actually. It's not just a few. There are several civilizations that have been here for longer than 2,000 years. Why don't we point to those civilizations instead and say, well, maybe we should do what they do. They've been here long. They have longevity. They're resilient. You know how hard it is to last for 2,000 years? That's a long time. That's a very long time. Devil's advocate. What do you mean by nature? Your idea of nature is rough approximation of best by your logic. Wait. Your idea of nature is a rough approximation at best by your logic. We're trying to find objective truth. We don't have it, and that's why we play with ideas. What I mean by nature is all of the things that are outside of our control. It rains. The weather changes, like the temperature outside changes. Grass grows, tree grows, trees die, lightning strikes. The waves hit, like all of these things, that's what I consider nature. The thing that we exist in, like we all live in nature. So our environment, we can't control it. So nature is everything and anything. Like the clouds, it's nature. The air that we're breathing, that's nature. We didn't do it, right? Like all of the things that existed before us, that will exist without us, and that will exist after us. Nature. That's what I consider nature. Hopefully that gives you a good idea of what I mean. It's a very all-encompassing thing. We exist within it. Right, but we I can't read that. Right, but we bend that stuff to our will. That at least we try. Yeah, no, that's the thing. We try. We don't actually do it. We've always failed at it. There's a story of a flood in every society, and that flood generally wipes out the civilization. If it's not a flood, then it's a fire. If it's not a fire, then it's a volcano. If it's not one of those, then it's something else. So it's like, you're right. We try to, but mankind always fails. At least that's what it shows when you like go through all of our history books that talk about all of these failed civilizations. And here's another one. It's not just those. Disease. Remember the Black Plague? That thing? Bubonic? Nature. Like, nah, we can't really control it. We could try to. Cloud seeding in the Middle East. Yeah, I've seen it. It doesn't really happen as much as you think. That's actually propaganda. Yeah, that doesn't actually occur at the rate that you would think. But even then, you can't control it. And they know that too. Like, yeah, you can go out and spray some, what is it, silver oxide. I forget the name of the component, the name of the compound. But yeah, you can go and spray that in the air. But here's the thing. We can't control where the rain will actually fall. So that's still not within our control. We can just like go out and do some stuff based off of what we know. But that doesn't mean that we're controlling it. You know what I mean? All right. Like, you can start a fire, but that doesn't mean that you're controlling the fire. It just means you started the fire. The fire will do what it does. It will burn. We could try to put it out. Sometimes it works. Sometimes it doesn't. But the thing is that it's mostly outside of our control. And while we can point to like, very one-off things, you got to keep in mind that fundamentally it doesn't really change anything. Yeah, it's going to change this one local, very, very tiny local area, maybe. No, I'm saying maybe. But in the grand scheme, it doesn't really have an effect on anything. Come on, disease is the easiest one. All the breakthroughs we've made so far. I mean, COVID was a thing. Not failing to acknowledge the disease we still have, but baby steps. Well, there are diseases that we have not solved. If you accept the DSM, then depression is a disease. How come we haven't solved it? Why is there no cure for it? Anxiety is also a disease. Why don't we have, or obesity? Like, all of these things are diseases according to this. If you buy into DSM, right? All of these are diseases. We don't have cures for that. There are a lot of diseases we don't actually have cures for. And there are viruses that can cause diseases that we don't know yet exist. So it's like, yeah, we've solved some known things, but for the most part, we really haven't. Like, we still die from the same diseases that we've had years and years and years ago. And I'm saying years, I mean like centuries. Cancer is one of those ones. That no known cure that I know of. Alzheimer's, that's another one. No known cure for that I know of. Dementia, it's another one. I don't think we have a cure for that. Parkinson's, I've not heard of any cure for that one either. Congenital heart disease, I don't know any cures for that. There are these rare blood disorders, and I don't know of any cures for that. So while we may have solved for some things, in all actuality, like, humans still die. And I don't know if you believe the stories back in the olden days, but apparently humans live for much longer than we currently live. I'm not saying that's true or false, but that's what, many cultures, it's not just in the Christian one. That's the thing. In many cultures, it seemed that people lived to be much older than we live today. In fact, I think, here, let me see. I don't want to just say this because I don't know if this is true, but I want to say that the average lifespan is going down now. Human lifespan going down. It's recently, I think. Yeah, life expectancy is falling. I would like to see just a chart, but sure, we'll read some things. So, with rare exception, let me make it bigger. Life expectancy has been on the rise in the US. Life expectancy has been on the rise in the U.S. It was 47 years in 1900, 68 years in 1950, and by 2015, it had only risen to nearly 79 years. But it fell to 77 in 2020, and it dropped further to just 76 in 2021. It's the largest decrease over a 2-year time span. Now, obviously, this is only a couple of years of data. I mean, we don't really know until, 20, 30, 40, 60 years out. But let's just go with the fact that what if this trend continues? What does that say? What would you infer from that? If, it's been rising and now it's starting to fall. Here, let me share this. I don't want to just here. I'll share this. I'm gonna try to do this, and if I don't share a link, just remind me. I don't want to not share these things, but here you go. If y'all want to go and read further, and it's not just here. That's the thing. It's not just here in America. Also, think about it this way. We have this idea that atoms form together to form molecules, and then those molecules will form together to form larger compounds, and those compounds can form together to form organisms and all those kind of things. So we have this idea that we can decompose everything down into basically atomic units, and maybe even subatomic if you want to continue to go with this. But how come it doesn't work with humans, right? Like, I mean, yes, we have individual humans, but together we form families, and then families form communities, and then communities will form societies, and like, so it's like it's these levels that are formed. Now, in all history, civilizations die. They're born, they have a lifespan, and then they die. So given that we have all of these civilizations that do have like a life cycle, what does that truly say about us? Like that, I mean, everything that we have is going to come to an end in some way, form, or fashion. Now, we have human diseases, but do we also have societal diseases? Or like, what I'm trying to say is, like, if we try to like draw parallels between humans and societies, obviously we form societies. Can we also have this idea or a concept of a disease within a civilization? And if we can have that, do we have cures for those things? Like, do we have prescriptions to prevent a society from dying? Because for all of our history, societies come up and then they fall. And it doesn't seem like we've found any societies that have gone against that. Now, we do have societies that have lasted for a long period of time, but we haven't had any societies that we know of that have existed infinitely long, or basically from our inception till now. I don't think we have any of those. And even the societies that we look to and say, oh well, they've been here for a very long time, in actuality they really haven't. It's just different civilizations or empires formed under that same area, and we look at it as the same society. So I think a good example is the Nubians, like, and the Egyptians, the Greeks, like all these people who were in Egypt. It's not just been the pharaohs, right? Like, the pharaohs met their demise, and before the pharaohs, I believe it was the Nubians who met their demise. And it seems like everyone meets their demise by something. And I'm curious, do we have a cure for whatever that something is? I don't know. I'm just rambling, but I'm curious. Like, it's a shower thought, but just think about it though. Like, why don't we have any ways to prevent a society from dying? Or maybe we do. I don't know. Maybe that's what religion was or is, but I can't even say that because societies have died with religion or because of religion. So I can't even say that. Should there be a cure? I don't know. I don't know if there should be a cure. I'm not in the business of shoulds. I don't know. But you know, if we were to make like if we were to create an analogy of a society and a human, well, humans can have diseases, and supposedly we have cures for these diseases or for these elements or whatever. So why can't we also have the same thing for a society? Is it possible for a society to become infected? My take is yes, because you know, like anything that can be born and die has the capacity to become infected with some type of thing that can cause its earlier demise.
Gage wrote her article, discoveries had been made of female sculptures and figurines, implying that goddess worship took place in the ancient world in places like the island of Crete, and this was supposed to be
It took
proof
place in
that
a lot
those
of places.
societies were matriarchal and therefore superior to Western Christian civilization. However, despite these findings, there is no hard proof that backs up the idea that these ancient people functioned daily within a matriarchy. As far as archaeologists know, there has never been a society which functioned under a true matriarchy, outside of a few small outliers. However,
Curious, have any of you gone to a natural history museum by any chance? It doesn't matter where. I think they all pretty much have the same stuff. And I'm curious, do you realize that so much of earlier civilizations were centered around fertility? Actually, you know what? Maybe here, let me see if I have something. I discovered something when I was in Taiwan, and it was interesting because I saw some things that were just like, I was like, wait a minute. It tied together a lot of things, even in Africa, because I've been all over, and I've seen a lot of similar things that it's hard to explain why these things are similar, especially because they're so geographically dispersed. Let me see if I can find it. I went to a museum, and I went to a section in the museum. Let me see if I can find that. This is the wrong country. Let me go to Taiwan. Give me a second. I'm looking through my photos. I don't want to show it live until I find it. Oh, what if I didn't take it on my phone? That's what it's looking like. Oh, maybe I did. Hopefully I did. If I didn't take it on my phone, then we won't get to see it because I don't have an easy way of looking at my photo library anymore post Lightroom. So that is the downside of not having Lightroom. Of course. All right. Looks like I took it on my real camera, so it's not in Apple Photos. Or wait, maybe. Nope. Oh man, I don't know what to do now. Well, I won't get to show it to you. I think it would have been interesting for you all to see it because it's something that you wouldn't expect. But let me see. I'm not satisfied with this. Let me open up my my photos. What year is this? I think this was last year. It's probably in May. Oh man, so if I took it on my Fuji, then I also won't be able to see it because I took it in RAW, and I don't see previews of RAW images, unfortunately. I just see an icon. Here, I'll show you what I see. You see, it just has an icon. So if it's in RAW, then I also won't be able to just look at it. So, man. By the way, if any of you have an alternative for library management instead of Lightroom that actually works well, let me know, because this is hard. I don't even know what to do. I'm just like, man, maybe I should just get that Vaseline and just let Adobe go ham, you know? All right, yeah, shit, I can't find it. Wait a minute. I'm not accepting this. I think that I'm gonna go to Instagram, because I think that Instagram has all my stories that I save. Hopefully, maybe we'll see. I know this is very much this is a tangent for sure. Let's go here. Nope. Okay, so Taipei, Linkou, Gaozhong. I think it was Tainan. So I don't even, man. I think this was in Tainan. So I don't even see the city here. So I would have to like scroll through all of my stories and see if I can find it, which isn't going to happen right now. But maybe I have some images of it here. I doubt it though. Yeah. It was in Tainan. This is in Gaozhong. Or wait a minute, maybe. Oh, maybe. Okay, maybe I do have it here. I hope. Nah. Okay, yes, it is the city. Okay, so it will be after here if I did it, because the museum was, yeah. So yeah, I went to the museum. So maybe I actually took a video of it. It's unlikely, but oh, here we are. All right, cool. Here we go. So this is in Taiwan. Now, if you just, well, I can't pause it, but you should notice that these people look very, very similar to me. By the way, these aren't in Africa. This isn't like an African thing. I mean, obviously these people probably came from Africa in the past, but fertility, fertility stuff. And unfortunately, I didn't do anything else. I had a good time here, and I was just like, yeah, I'm gonna just go. but like, you look at this stuff, and it's like it's a lot of fertility shit. By the way, this is Oceania, so it was talking about the history of the oceanic people, and how they went through Taiwan and all these other things, and they look like me, which is interesting. I wasn't expecting that in a museum in Asia of all places, especially not that part of Asia, East Asia. It'd be different if it was Southeast Asia, maybe. But yeah, this was in like East Asia. I was very surprised. Anyway, let's go back to whatever I was doing. This.
Gage, along with her other feminist friends at the time, believed that matriarchy was the only way to advance Western society.
Oh, hold on. Wait, hold on. I'm not done yet. Let me show another one. It's different though. Let me, it's Peru, I think. And I think I took these on my actual, nah, probably not. Maybe. Maybe I took some on my phone. Sometimes I use my phone for pictures. All right, so I think it was around this car? Or was it over here somewhere? I may have, oh, no, here it is. Look at this. Is it gonna open? Unfortunately, I'm dumb, but I go to a lot of places, and it's interesting how a lot of places have the same they care about fertility. I'll just say that. A lot of places, they seem to care a lot about fertility. Either you're seeing this or you're seeing a pregnant woman. Either or. There's always something like this. And in fact, a lot of art, especially I took art history when I was in high school. It was the hardest class I've ever taken, AP art history. Very difficult. You would think it would be easy. I thought it was easy. That's why I got in it. Then I was like, what the fuck? Yeah, anyway. A lot of the art that I ended up analyzing, and not because I just wanted to, but a lot of art depicts fertility, which is interesting. I just find it interesting that like so many cultures across time have a infatuation with fertility. And they thrived. That's what caused them to grow. Now, obviously, you know, some of them failed, but not all of them did. And then we get to our society where we seem to be demonizing fertility. And you see what's happening. You see the result. Maybe you don't see the result. Maybe y'all don't realize this. Global birth rates. This is what's happening in the world right now. Led by countries that no longer view fertility in the same way that our ancestors did. And we see what's happening. No, all of like the high fertility is what gave what allowed us to have these, you know, these great societies. And then it's the downfall of these fertility rates that I think is going to lead to the downfall of these societies. The societies that continue to have a higher fertility rate will probably be the ones that conquer the ones that have a lower fertility rate. Now, as someone of African descent, even though I've never really, like, I don't really identify as African in any way, but I'm not upset if Nigeria or Senegal or Ghana or Kenya or Rwanda, any of them, I wouldn't be mad if one of them came up. I think it's time for Africa to come up. So yeah, this is happening all over the world, and it's not. It seems like it's just random, but when you look at the geopolitical alliances that exists between certain countries, it seems like it's a certain group of countries that's exporting it to other countries. I don't think it's just that country on its own. I think it has a lot to do with the interconnectedness of our societies these days. Anyway, let's go back to the regularly scheduled program.
Feminists do not want equality. They want superiority and authority. They want men to worship at their feet. They want to destroy all forms of patriarchy and replace it with matriarchy, promising an Arcadian future where women have complete control over society as altruistic rulers who seek peace, mercy, and inclusiveness. The problem is that when women gain power, they are just as...
Well, there's also something else. The only way that can ever happen is if men allow it. Because let's just say that men just say, no, we won't do it. Who can they appeal to? See what I mean? Like, the only way it works is if there is a man who's willing to enforce it. If there's no man willing to enforce it, well then, like, what can they do? Think about it that way. So,
as likely to be violently cruel with it as men are, maybe even more so. The other problem is that historically matriarchies simply do not work. They have never worked. The freedom and deference women have enjoyed would disappear, and the economic means that produce the American standard of living would come to a screeching halt. Why matriarchy doesn't work. The vast majority of human tribes and civilizations have been patriarchal. A patriarchy is a system in which lineage is traced through fathers, men are considered the heads of household, and the majority of positions of power and authority are held by men. Men do the majority of paid work. They're expected to defend society through a warrior class or military service, and are the builders of architecture and infrastructure that sustain human life. Historically, men were considered to be the main contributors of society due to their physical strength and capabilities, and this is why positions of power and leadership were reserved for them. But there were good reasons for this, both economical and sociological. The goal of every wave of feminism has been to turn society into a matriarchy. A matriarchy is a social construct in which the rulers are female, and power, as well as property, is passed down matrilineally from mother to daughter. A matriarchy is something that conceptually looks like a patriarchy, but instead of men in charge or on top of the social hierarchy, it's women. The problem is that nobody can truly define what a matriarchy is because we have no examples of a functional matriarchy operating in a large civilization.
I thought she was going to say because we don't know what a woman is. That's like, I don't. What's a woman? If so, maybe we will have that, but it'll still be men. Maybe, I don't know.
Andrew Tate says that the reason we have so few matriarchal societies showing up in human history is not because there have been no matriarchies. It's because the ones that did exist didn't last long enough to leave a historical record. Matriarchies have, of course, been tried in the past, but because they are fundamentally unsustainable, none of them lasted long enough to leave any history behind. Despite the claims made by some feminists that matriarchy preceded patriarchy in ancient civilizations, there is no proof that a successful matriarchal society has ever existed. There's one small tribe in China that's considered to be matriarchal, and the Iroquois of North America were matrilineal, even though the men were in charge. Goddess worship was common in the ancient world, but that doesn't mean that the women in those societies held more power and authority than the men. Additionally, civilizations with known female rulers, such as ancient Egypt, were not considered matriarchal because even though a woman may have been the figurehead for a period of time, it was only because there were no suitable males who were available to rule. Monarchy is inherently patriarchal because leadership is passed down from father to son, but women can be substitutes if there are no male heirs of age to assume the role as king. This is because the sociological structure of hierarchy is a fundamental element of patriarchy. It's difficult to conceive of how a matriarchy would operate because they are so rare. But what we can know is how our own society has changed rapidly in the past few decades since the sexual revolution took place, and we've seen women flood the workplace, gain consumer power, become politicians, and have full access to contraceptives and no-fault divorce. Our society is more matriarchal now than it has ever been, and the summation of all these changes has had dramatic effects. Candace Owens has said that for the past 10 years or so.
Well, there's also this. Depression rates, all-time high. And I'm just talking about since we started measuring. It's all-time high. Anxiety, all-time high. Disconnectedness, all-time high. Loneliness, all-time high. It's a lot of negative things that are currently all-time highs now that weren't the case in the past. Now, I can't put it all at the feet of whatever she's saying, but what I can do is say, well, what's changed? And then say, well, maybe those things that have changed have some effect on these things that are now negatives in our society. If it were the ideal status quo, then my challenge would be then why is the society now starting to fall apart as a result? Why is the economy falling apart as a result? You would think that if we have the better system in place, then we would get better results, but we are not getting better results. In fact, we're getting much worse results, and they're starting to appear worse and worse over time.
So, we've been living in a rabid matriarchy that has diminished the influence of men and has installed women in positions of power, and that this has caused the further decline of our civilization. Despite the advantages women are granted in family courts and employment, feminists still religiously teach that we are oppressed by men in gender studies courses. If you
Yeah, like
were to
that's
break
crazy
down
to me, because what that's saying is that I'm oppressing someone. Even though my general attitude is live and let live, somehow my existence is oppressive to others, which is interesting to me, that I can somehow be the person who's responsible for building the things that we have around us, or have the capability of doing that, the energy. Like, let's be real, like we have way more energy. So it's like I have the energy to be able to build stuff around me, yet somehow at the same time I'm oppressing others. It's just interesting to me.
norms. When the suffragists of the late 1800s campaigned for the expansion of women's rights, namely the right to vote,
Wait, hold on, what just
slave
happened?
feminism, one of these women was named Matilda Joslyn. Or valuable, can know anything at all, truth, and your truth. Experiences are full. They could get divorced. They could work outside of and figurines for a true matriarchy and replace it with matriarchy, promising an Arcadian future, are held by men. Rulers are female, and power as well as historical record. It was only because there were no suitable petitions and have full access are granted in family courts, down the labor force by teach that we are oppressed by men in gender studies courses. If you were to break down the labor force by necessity, the vast majority of jobs held by women are not critical to the functioning of society. Women overwhelmingly avoid STEM jobs as well as the trades. They're overrepresented in areas such as teaching, healthcare, HR, and social work. These are all jobs that rest on a physical and technological infrastructure that's maintained by men. Construction, mining, oil and gas extraction are jobs dominated by men. In a hypothetical all-female economy, nothing would be produced, invented, or manufactured. Men produce 75% of the food. Without men, the electrical generating capacity for the nation would drop by 93%.
Damn.
Only 1/6 of all sewage pipes would be built. Women would have to wire up their own power plants, start working as car mechanics, trade their cushy air-conditioned careers for farming, build and maintain their own internet, and cut their average caloric intake from 3,600 calories to 890 calories.
Wait.
They would be
the average caloric intake today is 3,600 calories? That's a lot. That's a lot. That's more calories than I consume in a day. And like, wow, 3,600 to 800, man. 800 that's very low, just FYI. That is very low. That's approaching some of the poor nations in sub-Saharan Africa low. It's not quite as low, but it's not far off from it.
To live in closets and grass huts because 97% of home building would be eliminated. According to Aaron Clary, quote, the lines to the communal toilet would be longer than a Soviet bread line. I read an article that said a true matriarchy would be family and mother-centered and based on maternal ethics. I'll leave a citation in the description below if you want to read more about that. Under a matriarchy, maternal values as ethical principles would create an attitude of caretaking, nurturing, and peacemaking. But if this is true, then why have feminist women done everything possible in the past few decades to dissolve the family unit? The well-known philosopher feminist Simone de Beauvoir believed that women will never be free until they stop getting married and having children. The antinatalist message from feminists is that if you're a woman, marriage and children will make you unhappy and limit your freedom. That doesn't sound very maternal to me. There is one major flaw in the concept of matriarchies that is obvious. Men are the people who actually enforce laws and protect people's rights,
Oh, she brought
including
it up.
women's rights.
She brought it up.
Due to the biological disparity between men and women that causes men to be stronger and more durable physically, along with the fact that most men can end the lives of most women with their bare hands,
She's not wrong.
this means that men are the ones capable of allowing a matriarchy to exist. If society does become a matriarchy, it's because men would have allowed it to happen. And so by that logic, it's not a real matriarchy. All men would have to do is say, we're stopping this social experiment, and that would be the end of it. Women cannot impose matriarchy without the cooperation of men, but
This is the fundamental problem of the movement right there, is that it's indefensible. And what I mean by indefensible is that the people pushing it are incapable of defending it. They can't actually fight for it. And in every other system, the way that we replace the old system is we fight for it. And fight, I mean someone dies. And when I say someone, I mean a bunch of people. A bunch of people are going to have to die. And you can't push an ideology that you are incapable of defending. And that's always been the crux for me. It's like you're saying we want this thing, but you can't do that. You can't actually bring it to fruition. You basically have to come to me and tell me and try to guilt trip me and say, oh well, you have to do this. But in reality, I don't, because if I don't do it, you can't do anything about it. Well, right now you can, because we have men who can enforce it, who will enforce it. But what happens when that goes away? And that's the thing that's concerning to me, is that a bunch of people don't seem to understand second, third, fourth order consequences. And it's not just here. I look at it in the same way in this reverse racism that we have today, where we have folks thinking that we're going to fight racism with more racism without realizing that all they're doing is creating enemies, and then there's going to be a backlash. My worry with that is, if there is a backlash and it's based on identity, well, that means that I'm part of that class of people, whether I want to be a part of them or not, just by the nature of the fact that my skin is black, right? So what happens if, the people with the real power in our country decide to say, you know what, we're not doing this anymore, and they decide to go the other direction? That's my worry, is that a lot of these movements, all they really do is create enemies. And the enemies who they're creating are the ones who can destroy it. Maybe if I were part of the majority in this country, the ones with power and all that, maybe I wouldn't care about it as much as I do. But because I am a minority, and let's be real, 13% of the United States population is African or African American black. Or just black, right? That means that it's fewer than 13% of people like me in this country. And as someone said earlier, Africans have a different culture. I shouldn't say Africans, but I'm saying like all of the people, all of the countries from within Africa, the nations that we think, they all have different cultures. All of the tribes, they all have different cultures. And many of them don't like people like me. So it's just like, what are we doing by creating enemies? Instead of trying to unify and unite people, we're basically like splitting people up. I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me, but I don't know who's pushing for a lot of these things. And I wish I did, because maybe it'll make it make sense.
Men can impose patriarchy without the cooperation of women. What would a matriarchy be like? If we want to know what a matriarchal society would be like, we can take a look at our primate relatives. Within other primate species, matriarchy only exists in bonobos. Chimpanzees live in a social structure where there are alpha males, and the high-status males mate with all the females. They spend their time making and using tools, as well as bonding with each other in the form of grooming. Chimps have the highest IQ of all animals. Bonobos, on the other hand, spend all their time engaging in various forms of sexual behavior with each other.
They do.
Their activities revolve around sex,
That's all they
even
do.
incestuous sex. The female bonobos form bonds against the males through sociosexual contact because the females use sex to control the males. Bonobos are polyamorous and use sex for communication and social cohesion, but in the wild they have never been observed to cooperatively hunt or use tools. And I'll leave a citation in the description if you want to know more about that. Within bonobo tribes, there exists full sexual freedom, including all forms of incest. The normalization of unrestricted sexual freedom was part of the ideology of the women who pioneered the second feminist movement. Bonobos' lives revolve around sexual intercourse and nothing else. Compare how they live to how we've been living in the past few decades. More importance is now placed on sex than ever before. Sexual identity, sexual preference, and sexual expression are more celebrated than ever before. There has been an erosion of sexual inhibitions, with polyamory being normalized and replacing monogamous marriage. The sex positivity movement encourages young people to partake in sexual experimentation and orientation, pursuing pleasure as a leisurely pastime instead of
Hedonistic
something
lifestyle.
that can result in
That right
free-
there, I don't know if she's going to touch on this, but hedonism is a marker of a downfall of a society. Like when you fall into decadence and all that kind of, like, that is a strong indicator that that society will fail. Where you prioritize your present pleasures over your future needs and security. Lots of mapping out the issue. If we can't solve or force our solution on others, is there a way for you or me to benefit from the issues? I have no idea what this would look like. Maybe you do. I don't know if I understand your question. If we can't solve or force our solutions on others, well, see, that's the thing. Technically, we can, and she even hinted at that. She said that a patriarchal society is the only one that can happen with or without the consent of women. So technically, we can, but that's not my mind. I'm just like, live and let live. That's always how I've been. But yeah, anyway, to continue on, is there a way for you or me to benefit from the issues? Well, it depends on what you mean by benefit. If your idea of benefit is you can make a lot of money, sure. Yeah, I mean, yeah, there are things you could do to make money off of this. Most of the purchasing is done by them. So, create products and services that cater to them and you'll make a shit ton of money. That's if you consider that a benefit. Are there any other things that you could do? I don't really think so. But I don't know. Maybe y'all can give some ideas. I don't know. Like I said, I don't have any solutions. What I'm going to start doing, at least not often, but once or twice a month, it's just pointing a spotlight at certain issues and just giving my opinions on it and like my thoughts. I don't have solutions. I'll be the first to tell you I don't know. I can be quite nonchalant at times. I'm just like, so long as I can take care of myself, I don't know if I care as much. I'm not interested in any of these people in any relationship sense. So it's like, if they want to do whatever, like I said, my option is just to leave. That's where I'm at. It's like, I'll just leave, go somewhere else where I'm respected, which is most places on earth, surprisingly. I used to think that, being a black person, even though it does have a negative stigma, what I found is that when I actually talk to people, all of that shit goes away. I've actually talked to people who've never interacted with black people from America and who had a very certain idea of what we were like. And then after speaking with me, they told me that I literally changed their mind, that they did not know that that we were this way or that we could be this way. So what I think I'll do is I'll just go somewhere else, and you could be respected in other places. That's all I can say. When I was abroad, I didn't have I don't really have issues here, but a lot of the things the issues that we all experience as a group, I'll say, I didn't experience any of that abroad. Like, it seems like they understood my value and my worth and what I had to offer, whether or not I was there to offer it to them. Just by nature of me being a man, they understood that I intrinsically had value in their society, whether I was a part of it or not. LL, the comment underhanded, you're one of the good ones. Maybe. But the thing is that can you really fault someone if they've never met a black person in their life? And I mean this, like when I was in what country? I think I was in Muscat, and I met some Iranian people they've never interacted or even really seen a African, like a black person from American, like an American black person. They obviously have Africans there, but they had never interacted with them, and I was the first one who they got a chance to interact with. And like after talking to them for a few hours, they were like, first they thanked me, which was that was weird. That was actually weird. They were like, thank you, like it was like a pleasure. Almost like they had always wanted to speak or meet someone, but they just didn't get the opportunity because of where they're from. Same thing when I was in Dubai, when I was talking to some Indonesian people, and they had never interacted with black people from America. And yeah, you can say, well, it's an underhanded thing, but like, is it? Or is it just, not everybody has the opportunity to interact with people? It's like if you go and meet some, I don't know, I'm just going to make it up. Let's say that you've never really interacted with Germans. I'll just make that up, right? Well, if you never interacted with Germans and your whole idea of what a German is based off of what you've been taught, and you only know the bad things, and you only see the bad things because that's the things that get exported in our media. Well, when you talk to them and they say something, or I'm sorry, and you say, oh yeah, like you are different from how I would have imagined, is that like a underhanded comment? I don't think it is, but maybe it is. I think it's all in perspective. I've been to enough places to understand that everyone is not as privileged as we are to have people from all around the world easily accessible to them. That's one thing that we here in America, we take that for granted, for real, because we have people from all over Earth who come here. Whereas in other countries, that's not always the case. And honestly, it's rarely the case where everyone from Earth it goes to these countries and you're just walking and being amongst people from everywhere. That's a very American thing. We take it for granted. It's not just American. It's especially West Europe. Like, it's also a thing there. But a lot of these countries, they're very insular, and I'm not saying that's a bad thing. It's just, like the people who they see are the people who were born there, and that's it. So, I mean, you could say that, or you do what I do, is just say it's like, just take it as it comes. And if it's a bad thing to say, well, that means that there are at least 50 nationalities who I guess you would consider, I don't know, racist or underhanded. Because I've been to a lot of places, even in Africa, like in Nigeria, when I'm there, because they can tell that I'm not like Nigeria or Bantu or whatever, Hausa, Igbo, or any of the tribes. They can tell that I'm not one of them. And even when they talk to me, they're always surprised that I'm not like what I'm portrayed as on TV or in our music videos. So is it underhanded, or is it just, no, they just don't know? It's ignorance. And I'm not saying it's a bad kind of ignorance. It's ignorance on the front of, how could they know? The only reason why we know is because we get to interact with a lot of people, but they don't have that same opportunity. So hopefully, I don't know, take that for what it's worth. I'll look at it as this way. If they really didn't like me, if they really hated me, they wouldn't take the time out of their day to talk to me and to invite me into their homes and to talk to me about their family and then to share wisdom and advice. And like, they wouldn't do that if they really felt a certain kind of way. So generally what I look at is not really what people say, but what are their actions, right? So if someone is like, oh, you speak well, okay, fine. Some people will look at that as racist. I will look at it as like, okay, well, what are the actions of this person? They're taking time out of their day to talk to me. That's a stronger action than any words that they can say. Or how about this? Let's say that the same person who says this, we end up building a relationship, a friendship, and then every year I get to go, like they invite me to their home and I spend a few weeks out of the year with them. It's that, like, it's the actions, and then there's what people say. And it's like I've learned to, what people say is what people say. That's not really that important. It's their actions that, at least that's what I've always been about. I'm always an action person. I don't really care what you say. Because I say all kinds of shit. I say dumb shit. I talk all kinds of shit. But it doesn't really matter because it's my actions should be the things that actually do the speaking. And I'm saying should, but it's just how I feel. I played a lot. Well, I don't know. I don't know that yet, but that's fine. We need that. In fact, I think that is good to have pushback, because that's how you find out where you're wrong. This is why we need discourse. Instead, what we're getting is people saying, no, we don't like your opinion. You can't speak. You need to be silenced. This is why I'm doing these types of streams now, because it's happening more and more and more. And that's not how we get to a better place in society. We got to where we are because of discourse. Plain and simple. We will not continue to progress in a positive direction without discourse. Anyway, let me put your comment back up so I can read it. And your answers are really similar with how I think as well. Just found it interesting. Not everything. Wait, hold on. Not everything, but a lot of similarities. Well, that's the thing. It's like I don't think we should have exact opinions. In fact, I would hate to live in a society where everyone 100% agrees with me. In every argument, there is nuance. We all have blind spots. Right. So I may say something, and that's just based off of my experience. I am just one person with only a few years on this earth. I'm living life for the first time, just like everyone else. There are things that I haven't seen, that I haven't experienced, but there are things that you've seen, that you've experienced. So obviously my opinion is just mine. But if you share your opinion and we do the discourse, the pushback and all this kind of stuff, well, then now we can both learn. And I think that makes us both better, because now we have an understanding that's not just based off of what our experience is. And when I say our, I mean our own individual ones, but we also have our ideas formed or helped. They've been formed by the experiences of others. So it's not just us living in our own bubbles. It's us creating a bubble for ourselves. And hopefully that bubble gets bigger and bigger and bigger. Right? Like that's, at least that's how I think, societies build cohesion, is through shared understanding. And the only way you get to shared understanding is by discourse. It's not by telling people what you will think, and by telling people you can't say any of that stuff, like in censorship. That's what we're doing now. And it's disgusting. It's pathetic. And it seems like the elements that we have that she's kind of talking about are the things that are leading to that. Like, oh, we can't say this because certain people will feel a certain way. Fuck your feelings. That's always been my take. I don't care about how you feel. The reason why is the reciprocity. No one cares about how I feel. So the only thing I could do is treat you fairly. That's what fairly is, equality. If you don't care about me, well, then I don't care about you. That's equality. Now, we could also say, well, if you care about me, then I will care about you. That's also equality. But I'm about reciprocity these days. I've learned that, if you give people anything, all they will continue to do is take. And at a certain point, you have to realize that you can say no. And that's what I've been doing lately. I'm saying no. And I suspect that we're going to see more and more people say no. But my fear is that it's going to be a little bit too late. And then the only result, or not the only result, the only solution is not going to be a peaceful one. That's my worry. Generally, the way that things change is not peaceful.
Creation of another human being. This hedonistic worldview rising to prominence has coincided with women taking over positions.
Wait, did she say hedonism? Wait, hold on. Because I was saying, I was talking about hedonism. Did she bring that up?
Being normalized and replacing monogamous marriage. The sex positivity movement encourages young people to partake in sexual experimentation and orientation, pursuing pleasure as a leisurely pastime.
Oh no, okay. So I said hedonism first, and then she later said it. All right, okay, Aaron. I see you, Aaron Bird. That was my point that I was making exactly, because I think that's where I paused it. I was like, yeah, this is hedonism, seeking pleasure over everything. Okay.
Time instead of something.
I might have to subscribe to this. I'm gonna subscribe to this person. We're on the same page.
Creation of another human being. This hedonistic worldview rising to prominence has coincided with women taking over positions of influence and gaining power over men through dating apps. I know correlation doesn't equal.
Yeah, through dating. This is one of the reasons why I don't participate in dating apps. I will not participate in anything where the person who, in my opinion, has nothing to offer me is going to be the one choosing me. That's not how it works. That's to me, that's demonic. That's flipping things on its head. That's upside down. I choose, not the other way around. Think how you want, feel how you feel. The truth of the matter is I choose. Now, you can say no after I choose you, but let's be 100% honest. You can only say no after I have chosen you. So one comes before the other. And to be real, I'm the one with that. I'll say, like, I am the prize. Like, all of the things that they're saying that they want is me. And I will say, nah, I don't want any of you. And I'm okay with that. And I'm noticing that there's now been a trend of trying to demonize people like me. Of saying, you know what, I just won't deal with you. Somehow that's like, I thought, in my mind, I'm just like, if you're oppressed and then someone like me is saying, okay, I'll leave you alone. Why are you upset? Isn't that what you want? To be left alone? Just food for thought.
Equal causation, but I think this is more than a coincidence. Do we really want to live like bonobos? Is that progress? I was always led to believe it was men who are sex-crazed apes, but I'm starting to think it's actually women. The emergence of OnlyFans demonstrates women's willingness to accept all forms of sexual behavior, no matter the consequences. Modern feminists teach that being a sex worker is empowering. They don't see anything wrong with making money off the weaknesses of men. According to feminism, men deserve to be exploited.
Well, also, isn't that objectifying yourself? To me, that's an admission that the only thing that you have to offer is sex. Tell me where I'm wrong. Tell me where my blinders are. Like, to me, that is, you're acting out. This is why I don't care about the words. You're acting out. You're showing that the only thing that you have to offer of any value is sex.
I personally don't have any contempt for the young women who make a living off of creating explicit content. In fact, I have compassion for them. Many of them don't realize that they're making a Faustian deal and that their lifestyle choices might come back to haunt them. We live in a highly unforgiving society where the smallest...
She said might. She's wrong there. It will. It will. Not might. It will. But here's where this is where I come back in, where it's just like, I'm okay with just saying, you know what? Do you? I don't feel the need to tell people that what they're doing is going to lead to any type of certain consequence, because I believe that that's not my place to do that. That's the place of parents. I'm not their parent. It's not my place. Now, on the other hand, I do have like some people who I mentor, and yes, I will give them advice. But even then, I don't really push it. I'm just like, yeah, this is what here's how things are. And I do know that some of them don't really like, they're female. So that's why. So like, it's very rare that you're going to have a guy to just be straight up and just tell someone how we really are. And, you know, you could do these things, but here's what's going to be the consequence. It's very rare. So I'll tell them, but I'm just like, you could take it or leave it. Whether or not I'm right or not doesn't really matter to me, because at the end of the day, we will both see. And in fact, when I say we will see, it's really just a you will see. Like it's your life, your consequences. I won't have to live through it. Like I don't have to deal with other people's consequences. And then that's not me saying that I'm absolving myself. That's just how life is, right? Like generally, you suffer your consequences alone. Now you may share your wins because people obviously they want to take part in your wins, but generally when you're dealing with the consequences of your L's, that's you alone, generally. So I recognize that and I make that clear. It's like, hey, you can listen to me or not, but just be mindful that I am in the position of the people who you're seeking out. And like, maybe you should think about your customer. Like, because maybe I know a little bit more about your customer than you do. Also, just due to the nature that I've been here for a little bit longer, I've talked to more people than most in my age range. I'm not saying that most people on earth, just in my age range, in my peer group. And I have a much more diverse set of opinions to pull from than most people in my peer group. So it's like, you can listen to me or you could not. Either way, I am going to sleep just fine. I'm going to go to sleep comfortable as hell and wake up fully rested with no alarm clock, all of the above. I'm still going to eat every day. I'll take my dump in the morning, all the things. Whether or not you listen to me or not, it doesn't really matter. All right, so Jimmy's asked, what consequences do you think will arise? Can you be specific? I don't remember what I was saying. I was just pontificating. About what? I'm sorry. I don't know when you even sent this. Maybe you sent it a while ago. If you did, my bad. I just saw it.
Mistake can affect a person for the rest of his or her life, even if that mistake was made a long time ago. The push to remove the social stigma associated with sex workers and promiscuity shows how obsessed with sex our society has become. I think this could be a byproduct of women's ascension to power, and if matriarchy takes over, we can expect more and more tolerance of what were considered to be sexual taboos in the past. In The Coddling of the American Mind, Jonathan Haidt describes a shift that began taking place in the mid-2010s. Riots began breaking out at universities because students started getting emotionally triggered by the policies of their campuses. In 2015, students demanded the resignation of staff members at Yale due to an email that was sent out pertaining to the rules of dressing up for Halloween. A video posted online shows students surrounding a staff member and screaming at him, accusing him of making them feel unsafe and not at home on campus. It's hard to believe.
Isn't that a stupid thing to say? Of course you're not at home on campus. But also, how do you feel unsafe if you are the one who's surrounding a person? Generally, what I do when I feel unsafe in any situation is I leave that environment. I leave that situation. It's very rare that I go into a situation and like just poke and say, oh, like you're making me feel unsafe. Like to me, that's the most idiotic thing. How can you feel unsafe, but at the same time feel brazen enough to be in someone's face and say that you're like, it doesn't make sense to me. This is why I don't go off of words, because people are full of shit. I only go based off of actions. If you're in a room and you feel unsafe and you don't leave, my thought process is you didn't feel unsafe, because if you did, you would leave. Or maybe that's just me. Maybe that's just what I do. Maybe maybe I'm just a punk. And whenever I feel unsafe, I run from my fears. Maybe that's what it is. Consequences of making explicit content. Well, you devalue yourself, so now it's going to cause an emotional type of thing. So mentally, it's a mental thing. Without getting into specifics, let's just pretend that I know people who do things like this. And I would not consider any of them mentally stable. They all have a very perverted, like a warped view of how relationships operate. And the reason why it's warped is because of the types of things that they do. And then what they don't realize is that they attract what they are. So they are engaged in degeneracy, so they attract degenerate individuals. So now all of the things that they know is degeneracy, and they think that everyone is that way without understanding that that's not the case. But here's the flip side. People who don't like that kind of stuff don't want to engage with them. Like, I'm willing to talk to people, but like, maybe, I don't know if any of them watch this, but like, I would never take any of them seriously. I have no, like, honestly, I wouldn't even want to, like, you know, I wouldn't even hook up with any of them. It's disgusting on that level. I'll talk to anyone, but like on a level of like, I'm gonna enter inside someone doing that. That disgusts me. That's repugnant. I have no interest in that. And what I found is that a lot of them, they will talk about they want someone who's X, Y, or Z. Someone probably like me. But what they don't realize is that people like me just don't like that. People like me don't want them. And it's hard for them to like, you know, to grok that, because, you know, in their mind, they're wanted because they have all of these people who, you know, watch their content and pay them a lot of money. Like, if I told you how much some of these people are making, it would blow your mind. Like, they think that for whatever reason, they conflate the fact that there is sexual interest from strangers, generally like not the kind who they would ever want to be with, but like they get interest in money from these types of strangers, and they conflate that with, oh, I'm desirable by everyone. And it's like, no, you're really just being looked at as a, you know, like, you're just a character for someone to beat their meat to, straight up. And then for those who want more, they look at you as like, as if they can buy you, as if you owe them something. And in my mind, you kind of do owe them something because they paid you for something. So it's just like, no, it's like the worst of both worlds, like where the people who they're attracting, they don't like them, but also the people who they want to attract also don't want anything to do with them. And that's probably got to be like one of the worst things. Because like, imagine you have access to someone, like, you know, I'll talk to them, but then it's like to know that they don't even have a chance, even if they stopped, that they would have zero chance in hell, and that the only reason why they're even able to talk to me is because they happen to live in the same building as me, and sometimes we're in the elevator, and it's like, that's the only reason. And that if this wasn't the case, if I just saw them on the street and I knew that they did that, I would never speak to them. That has to fuck you up a little bit. Bro, they're doing a lot. They make me feel broke. I'm over here like it takes me damn near 3-4 months to make what they'll make in a month. But what I've also learned is that they're still all broke, which is amazing. I don't understand how you could be making the kind of money that they're making and still be broke. I understand how, because I see what they buy. Like just dumb shit, like blowing all their money on like makeup, going on these dumb extravagant trips, spending money on dumbass clothes and bags that aren't worth anything. One girl, I think she lost her G-Wagon. I think one of them may have gotten evicted recently. But yeah, like one girl, I think she like bought a G-Wagon and some other shit. I guess she didn't know about taxes and about just like, you know, you got to eat, you got to pay rent. And yeah. Oh man, stupidity. Oh well.
Believe that their emotional breakdowns were over Halloween costumes, but it's true. This wasn't an isolated incident. At other universities like Berkeley, students started becoming unhinged due to the content taught in their classes and in the lectures given by invited speakers, prompting the universities to provide comfort rooms for triggered students to retreat to that contained
stuff like
coloring
this.
books and
Coloring
puppies,
books, my gosh.
so that they could emotionally recover after getting upset over parts of the curriculum.
All right, so I'll tell y'all a little fun factoid. In 2016, when a president was elected, we had people in the office crying, and we got a memo from leadership saying that that we could take the day off to deal with any like trauma, whatever. I don't know, whatever it was. I didn't actually take that. I was just like, what? That was dumb as hell. Anyway, that's kind of shit's real, bro. And I was like, it was my first experience with working in that kind of environment. I'm just like, are y'all this soft? Seriously? That was my thought. I'm just like, this is the like, I don't know. I just realized that, you know what? We are built differently because the things that make them cry don't even faze me. I don't care who the fuck is president. I don't care what the fuck someone says about me. I don't care if you want to call me a bitch, a hoe, the N. Well, I don't give a fuck. You could call me what you want. I have something called self-confidence. It comes from within me. I don't look for external validation, and that's why I realized that I'm just built differently from these people, and that's why I was like, you know what? I am grateful to have been born black in America because I learned firsthand how to have pride from with like come from in here, like based off of the things that I've done, and to realize that the things that other people say don't define me, that I define me. Whether or not you say the words that I want you to say doesn't really matter. I am free to react however I want to. And if I want to react like a child, well, that says a lot about me. However, if I want to react the way I typically do, which is just like, okay, whatever, then I think that also says a lot about me. It's like, I'm someone who you can't hold back. It's hard to control me because, I mean, like I said, like a lot of times, like, I don't care about other people's opinions. So it's just like, how are you going to control me? You can't use shame tactics on me because I don't really I don't really feel a sense of shame. I don't really give a shit. I understand that we're all living life for the first time. None of us are perfect. And I actually believe it. I don't just, do the talking points that a lot of these people say, well, not her, but, a lot of people will say, oh yeah, like, we're all safe space. I don't believe in that. I'm just like, you know what? I understand I'm not perfect. I understand that, sure, I might have my faults. Sure, people may point them out. If I feel a certain kind of way and I get upset, that says more about me than that other person. So I've learned to just sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. That's what I grew up understanding. I'm rubber, you're glue. Whatever you say to me bounces off of me and sticks to you. It's like a mirror where it's just like I learned firsthand that anybody who is saying hateful things to me, in reality is they probably hate themselves or they are jealous or envious of something that I have that they don't. So with that mentality, it's just, I'm free from a lot of the things that affect other people. Like it's just weird that people be so upset about the dumbest shit when there's so many other things. Honestly, the only way that you could be upset and traumatized by that is if you're privileged. And unfortunately or fortunately, whatever your perspective is, I didn't grow up that privileged where I could be offended by the smallest things. I remember when I was 7 or 8, I don't know. Yeah, 7 or 8. Back when I used to go to the country every year for family reunions. And I remember being shot at by some white kids out in the field. And then, like, I didn't have a gun. Like, they had BB gun, not real gun, but BB gun. Me and my cousin, he's my older cousin, but we're the same age kind of. We're in the, he's about 7 months older than me or something like that. Me and my cousin were being shot at by these white kids with BB guns and being called all kinds of manner of words. And then to top it off, when the police were called, they came to us and they were, it became a big deal. They were trying to arrest my cousin. We were kids, right? So it's just like, I went through that. So it's just like, when people tell me, oh, like somebody said X, Y, or Z, I'm like, it's hard for me to give a fuck. Because I went through worse. And even me sitting here saying this, I will gladly admit to you that it wasn't that bad. I'm not saying it's not bad, but I'm just compared to what other people have gone through. It's always relative, right? Where it's like, I was shot at with some BB guns. I wasn't hung from a fucking oak tree though, like some of my ancestors were. I wasn't whipped to death. I wasn't lynched, you know? Like, none of these other things happened to me. It's like, yeah, they shot at us with some BB guns and said some words. Whoop-de-doo. Is it crazy? Is it? We went from a country that literally lynched people like me to it's like, yeah, they was shooting at us with some BB guns. Okay, this. And honestly, like, no one really got hurt. So, and honestly, even now, if I don't remember what they look like, but if I met them today, I wouldn't be like, oh, you did this. Honestly, at this point, I would be like, whatever. Chances are they're probably going through probably we might even agree on a lot of shit that they don't realize. That's what I realized later on in life. After I started going to Pearland, which was that was a culture shock because I went from an all black school to a mostly white school. What I realized is that I have a lot in common with a lot of people. And that's why I started to understand, you know what, maybe it's dumb to like just be like, oh, race. That's the only thing. A lot of my friends from high school, they were from all over. You know, like I have white friends in high school. I also had Indian friends, Iranian or Persian. I didn't know Iranian and Persian were the same thing until later on in life. I had Persian friends. I had Nigerian friends. Of course, at the time, like I would like it was interesting. I had people from Scotland. Like I learned that not all white people are the same when I was there. Because before I was just like white black. It wasn't until I went to Pearland when I realized that there is more to just white black. Like there are Scottish people who also went through a lot of horrible shit that we don't talk about. There's Irish people who also went through a lot of horrible shit. There are Croatians. There are Serbians. I knew a girl who was like Czechoslovakian descent, and I learned about a bunch of shit. I knew a lot of people who were Jewish and learned about the shit that they went through. And what I learned is that everyone goes through shit. So it turns out that my grandpa was right, which is like life is hard, life isn't fair. Everyone goes through shit. It's just a matter of how do you choose to deal with it. So I don't know, maybe this is why I'm the way I am, because you know I went through shit and I'm just like, it's a perspective. I can look at it in one way and say, oh, I was victimized and oh, this and that and all this other shit. Or I can say, you know what, yeah, that happened, move on, right? Like maybe I try to like have some level of empathy for the other person who even did me wrong. I grew up in the Christian like value system, so I think that part of that is also from the Christian value system. Again, I inherited the value system. It's not like I defined it. But this whole idea, like, I think that's kind of what turning the other cheek is. I'm not saying that that's something that I always do, but that's something that I think I embody a lot, where it's like, you know, I can think and be like, you know what? Yes, this person wronged me. That doesn't mean that I can't try to look at things from their perspective, because I may feel wrong, but they may not feel that they wronged me. And it goes both ways, right? Like I may have wronged someone who I don't feel like I wronged, but it's incumbent on me, especially if I like to think of myself as, you know, smarter than average. I think it's incumbent on me to do the reflection and to try to understand both sides and not just say, oh, well, this bad and this good. Like, no, I don't buy into that. I think it's a better thing to just try to understand everything. And yeah, sometimes the only thing that you come away with is, you know, some people just do stupid shit, and live and learn. Just understand that, yeah, some people are just going to do evil shit. Doesn't mean that it's the whole group of people who do stupid shit, because I mean, the same thing happens in my community. And I hate when, I think that's probably why I'm like this, is because, you know, I have suffered from discrimination and I do see the effects of it. So as someone who's suffered from it, I obviously don't want to be the cause of other people to suffer from it, because I know what it's like to, you know, to be a certain way and to be told that you're this way and that you're lesser than because of things that are completely outside of your control. So why the fuck would I turn around and do that to other people if I know what that's like? And that's something that disappoints me about a lot of my people, is that it's like, you should know firsthand how bad racism is. Why do you want to like like you see how it affected you? Why would you want to turn around and then do that shit to other people? You of all people should know the best. Oh, hey, yeah, like maybe we shouldn't do that. Maybe we should really like judge people based on the content of their character instead, because that's what we want for ourselves. At least that's what I want for me. I don't want someone to look at me and only give me opportunities or like think that my opinions are valid or whatever because I'm a black man. To me, that's the wrong mindset. And I would hope that, there aren't people here who are like, oh yeah, like I only like him or fuck with him because he's a black man doing something. I would hope not. I would prefer if people just see a man who's doing something, and not even a man, but a person, just a person. Because like women do shit too, and I don't think that we should pedestalize or like detract from people just because of their sex or the color of their skin or they're basically the shit that the shit that America was supposed to stand for. The shit that Martin Luther King, what his dream was, is that we would all be judged based off of what's in here, not shit that we can't control.
Of a class. This wave of crippling emotional stability that we've seen correlates with the rise of female students outnumbering the males by a substantial amount in universities.
Surprised you noticed that. I noticed this a while ago. I just kept that fact to myself. I noticed things. I'm like, oh, it's interesting how anyway, maybe she's going to talk about it.
Many of these students had never heard a person speak an opinion that they didn't agree with, and they put all their effort into making sure it stayed that way. Conservative students and staff members have been targeted and bullied into silence, too afraid to disagree with the students who are protesting to get all conservative ideas removed from their university. These female-dominated academic institutions clearly don't support free speech, and they require intellectual obedience to feminist-approved ideologies. Higher education is supposed to be about acquiring truthful knowledge, not the precedence of feelings over facts.
All right, so I have something to say, because at the beginning of this, she opened with the premise that there is no objective. I mean, she was talking about the standpoint theory or whatever. I forget what it's called, but there is no objective truth. There's only experience truth. So we all have our own truth. So it's kind of interesting that, the place that they would go would be the university, which is to find the truth and then to say, well, there is no truth. So it begs the question, what are they learning? What are they learning that's going to help benefit society?
Really, the origin of cancel culture. I think what's happening on college campuses gives us a glimpse of what's to come if our society continues its matriarchal trajectory. We know that feminists use standpoint theory to rewrite history to suit their bias. They have no qualms with suppressing facts that get in the way of how they want people to feel about feminism. For them, feelings must be regulated. Feelings must be protected at all costs, even at the expense of truth. This is leading to a society in which some emotions are acceptable, but others are not, and any emotional deviance will not be tolerated. In conclusion, matriarchy isn't going to solve women's problems, and it certainly won't solve men's problems either. Women seem to think that if only they could be in charge, everything would be fair, balanced, and peaceful. I've heard people say that we could have a utopia if women were to run the world.
Okay, so this is where I start to think that there's some social, like socialist, Marxist, communist influence happening here, because that's basically what they all promise, is that there's some utopia, and that doesn't exist. Any entity or any government or any state that's out here promising you a utopia, what that really is tyranny. That's how you get to tyranny. That's how you get to dictatorships. The fact that they are so trusting of a state who really doesn't care about them is is interesting to me, but we shall see. All I know is that when the invaders eventually do come, I will have I will have a choice. I can either defend the ideas that I hear coming out, or I can not defend them. And right now, I won't defend them. So I hope that all of these people who are entering our country share their values. Because if they don't, and things start to go a little bit different from how they are imagining the world is going to go by, being so accepting of everyone, then they will have to deal with those consequences on their own. Because why would I defend someone who doesn't think that I'm valuable and thinks that my existence is oppressive and thinks that they know better? I like the I'm a big fan of the Will See game, like okay. Okay. Just okay. Do you? We'll see where the chips fall in 5 or 10 years. I've done this plenty of times, and what I found is that I have been right more often than I've been wrong. And I say that based off of the fact that I continue to accomplish things and to get better and just more wise. And I'm still here, right? Like obviously, just to live another year is also indicative of something, especially when I've done a lot of high risk things in my life. Obviously, I'm a motorcycle rider, and the fact that I'm still here, that's saying something.
But I think it's evident that matriarchy is only going to make things worse. It will further feminize boys, turning them into weak and incompetent men.
Yeah, we
It will
heard a lot of
impose
that right now.
communism-like policies that will destroy what's left of our meritocracy. This means that people will no longer be motivated to achieve great things. Marxism looks good on paper, but in practice it causes nothing but misery. And if you think that communism isn't so bad, then you don't know enough about it. The answer is not to replace men in power with women, because power corrupts both sexes.
Mm-hmm.
That was the point of the end of Game of Thrones. Even a woman who started off being merciful and kind became a murderous tyrant in the end, because power corrupts everyone. The solution for a better world is for women to invest in their children. Raise your boys to become good men by not leaving them at daycare with a stranger for 10 hours a day. Instead of working full-time to give your kid a tablet and an iPhone, focus on giving them a mom and a dad at home if you want them to be advantaged. If you're a woman who's thinking about divorce, instead of prioritizing your sexual satisfaction, work out the differences you have with your husband so you can provide your son or daughter with a male role model. Kids don't need a bigger house. They need values instilled in them.
I think that's a bar. That's a bar. Yeah, she's right. You don't like it's. I'm abstracted. Like it doesn't matter where you come from. The thing that really will determine where you go are your values. Now, I think that this is true. Maybe I'm biased because I didn't come from a place like I am now, but I know people who came from what I used to think were like much better places, and their results haven't been that much better than mine. So this is where it's like, yeah, I'm grateful that I had people around me who not only like instill values, but also like I've had the type of mindset to where I'm coachable, where I'm willing to listen to people, even though people don't think I do. I'll listen. I pick and choose what I'm gonna do. I don't just like take everything full stock, But I'm very fortunate that not only did I have the people who were like around to tell me things, but I also had the kind of mentality that I can listen to people. So, yeah.
You spend your life earning a paycheck. Your kids are at home with their smartphones, looking at X-rated material, sending nude pictures to each other, and either bullying another kid or being bullied themselves. Now more than ever, we need women to be actively engaged in parenthood. We need women to make being a mother their #1 priority in life. We can't control what men do, And to be honest, today's men are probably not going to change. The women who wanted the right to vote said they wanted the opportunity to determine the future. But if you really want to have a say in the future, put your efforts into raising children. We may not be able to change the men of today, but we can create the men of tomorrow. Thank you.
They've already done that. They've already created the men of tomorrow. Tomorrow is today. And yeah, it's kind of interesting. Before it was toxic masculinity, boys need to be less whatever, and now it's like, where are all the men at? It's like, well, you told them that they shouldn't be men, so now I don't know what we call them, but now they're there, and you said you wanted those people, but now that they're there, well, I don't like go to them. No, like for whatever reason they don't want those. I don't understand. It's very confusing to me. Anyway, any thoughts on that video? I'm gonna go ahead and go to another one, just FYI. But if you have any, let me know. We're gonna listen to a video from this girl named Didi, I guess. I don't know. Let's see.
She wants somebody.
I haven't actually watched this. It was playing on the TV. So we will give it a like. I'll share it. Her name is Didi. Wait, why is that not okay? All right, yeah. So feel free to go look at it there if you want. Especially because this is an hour and 50 minutes. I'm definitely not about to get through all of this. Maybe I should watch part of this to figure out where to even start, but let's just start. All right,
Everybody watching, thank y'all so much for being here.
Oh, this is a live stream.
Y'all can hear me. All right.
She live streams. That's cool.
What's going on, y'all? I hope y'all been doing good. I appreciate y'all for being here. Shout out to Puerto Rican Princess Thurman Jr.
All right.
Donna.
I guess we're gonna have to just see if she talks to anybody.
We're gonna jump right into the video. Y'all say y'all can hear me good.
Oh wait, this is a okay. I can't do it. I can't do that one. Not because of her. It's just I don't want to do a reaction to a reaction to a reaction. That's what it was looking like. So my bad. Maybe I should do a better job. Let's watch this MSNBC thing, and let's hope that I don't care anymore. We'll just play it. I hope that this could be considered fair use.
This week on Morning Mika, the kids and actually adults too.
By the way, before we go, let me do this. Even though I'll just do it. I'll give them a like, and then we will share it. Sorry about the other one. I didn't realize that it was going to be that. I thought it was a video. Does that work? All right, maybe you won't. Okay, maybe that won't work. Give me a second. Let me share, because I think that's a playlist link, and the playlist is private. So let me share the actual video link. All right, so yeah, here's the actual. Come on, why is it not pasting? Is it frozen? Okay. Yeah, here's the actual video link. So if you want to check this out, you can. The title of it is "The Kids Are Not Okay: The Nightmare Around Modern Dating." Now, what's interesting to me is this is mainstream media. If mainstream media is talking about it, you know it's an issue because, you know, they gaslight all the time. So let's see what they have to say.
This week on Morning Mika, the kids and actually adults too are not okay.
Percy?
Yeah?
Wait, your name's Percy?
Yeah?
Percy? Sorry, continue. Percy? Doesn't anyone anymore?
That was Jennifer Lawrence in a scene from No Hard Feelings, finding a bunch of teens and 20-somethings glued to their phones at a house party. It underscores a troubling reality right now. A growing number of younger Americans...
It's not just younger Americans. I noticed this in some of my friends. Like when we're together, for whatever reason, like it's honestly, it pisses me off to some degree that for whatever reason, they can't step away from their phone. Like they need to be glued to their phone. And it's weird to me because it's like you have someone right in front of you. Yet for whatever reason, you feel the need to put them off to the side for whatever's on the phone. So it begs the question, why don't you just stay at home and just stay on your phone? Or why would you complain about, being lonely or not having people to talk to? It's like, well, when you have someone to talk to, you decide to be on your phone. And I noticed it in my mom too. Like when she used to come over here, she's always on her phone. I'm just like, why are you even here if you're just gonna be on your phone? It's something that I don't understand because like I'm a technologist and I have a bunch of phones, but the last thing you'll see me doing is being on my phone all day, unless I'm working. And honestly, I don't really like being on my phone, but I send my messages on Slack from there. So like when it's very rare where I'm just on my phone. If I need to do anything for real, I'm on my computer to do anything, and it's typically a task. I'm never just like scrolling through whatever, like wherever people scroll through these days.
Aren't dating. They're not hanging out. And no, they're not even hooking up. For so many women who want to date men, dating has become a total nightmare. And there are a number of reasons why. I'm Mika Brzezinski here with Simone Sanders Townsend, Huma Abedin, and...
Right. Just the audience. Not the audience, the panel. I would say this is part of the problem, but let's continue. Maybe they have something interesting to say. Let's see.
Jen Psaki. So I have heard from a lot of young women who want to date young men that there are none. There are no guys.
That's offensive. They're saying that there are no men. Ma'am, half of the population are males. So for them to say that half of us don't exist, what that tells me is that they don't see most men. That they don't even look at us as human. Have y'all ever heard the male species? Have y'all heard them refer to us as another species? It's dehumanizing. That's part of the communist playbook, actually, is to use labels to remove the humanity from a person, to remove dignity from people. You instead refer to them as a label. That's why one of their first moves is to apply a label to you. That's why I say I think a lot of these movements have communist, Marxist, all this type of things agenda, because they're doing the same things that happened during the Bolshevik Revolution. Don't know what that is. Go check that out. I can't really talk much about it because it's politically charged. The term political correctness, that came from that revolution, just FYI, where there is this idea that there is something that's actually correct, but then there is something that's politically correct, which is to say that it's incorrect, but it's politically correct. That actually comes from communism. Yet here we are in our country, which is supposed to be a bastion of anti-communism. Here we are doing the same things that happened in the past, not that long ago.
Trying to connect, they often use dating apps, but find a total lack of connection. And it seems that the men they are meeting don't really share the same priorities if they show up. Women, especially career.
Wait, did she throw that if they show up? Oh, okay. All right. In my experience, I am never late. I always show up. I always respond to messages. I always respond to calls. In my experience, in my life. I can't say that for other people, but what I can say is that despite me always doing these things, being punctual, make sure I communicate everything, all that stuff, I have been ghosted by a lot of people. Even my fiance would be late all of the time, which I think is, that's rude and disrespectful, because it shows that you don't value the other person's time. And honestly, that's the only thing that we all really have, other than our energy, is our time and our energy. Time is the only it's non-renewable. It's a non-renewable resource. It's finite. We all have a limited amount of time. Same thing with energy, but to a lesser degree. Obviously, energy is a little bit different, but to a lesser degree. So it's interesting how she throws that little aside if they show up. It could just be men doing what have been done to them in the past. Cause I'll be real, like I'm probably if I were into it, I would do it just to troll. I'll like get them all excited and just straight up not even show up, just fucking go ghost mode. Zero dark 30 on them.
Driven women say the men they're meeting are more interested in sex and not looking for a deeper connection, and that it's becoming more and more of a problem. So what's changing? Because not that long ago...
Curious, would any of you date someone, or not date, but a court, or intend to marry anyone if you knew that they had been on dating apps in the past? Because for me, it's just for me. I don't speak for all men. I'm speaking for myself. If I know that you used dating apps in the past, that's an automatic disqualification for me. I have standards. Either you're going to meet them or you don't. And you know, people, you could play the whole game of, oh, I'll find, that's fine. Go find someone else. Like, that's fine. We can both find other people. That's fine. But if I find out, and even if it seems like it's even a possibility, a remote possibility, I'd rather have false positives. I'm happy with a false positive, right? Where it's like, you know what? You know, I thought that they were into this and they turned out to not be it, and I cut them out. I'm okay with that, because that's how you have that's just how you maintain your high bar. Yeah, it's going to filter out some people who are good, but the point is that you want to filter out anyone who's potentially bad. So if I find out, or even if I suspect that a female who I'm talking to in any capacity is on dating apps or was on a dating app, it's an automatic disqualification for me. Same thing with social media. Someone's tried to convince me that I would be better off with them in my life, and I was just, nah. If you're someone, if you have a bunch of pictures of yourself, that's the only thing that you have on Instagram and on wherever you post your stuff. If it's just you and you have a lot of automatic disqualification, I don't care if you're a good person. Doesn't matter to me. Straight up. But you know, this is what happens when you have a man with standards. And I am entitled to my standards. If that means that I'm going to be lonely forever, which I'm not actually lonely, but like that's the cope that a lot of them like to throw is, oh, you'll be alone and lonely. It's like, well, I'm never alone, for one. And also, loneliness is not an emotion or a state of mind that I'm even capable of having. My ancestors live within me. I can never be alone. I have a very active mind. I can never truly be alone. Even when I'm physically alone, I am never truly alone. So this is something, that's what I mean. Like, I'm just built differently from some of these people, where it's like, I'm happy to just say, yeah, nah, pass. You've done this. No, I don't have to deal with it. I don't want you. And maybe it makes people feel a certain kind of way, but that's fine with me. Like, you know, we're all entitled to our feelings and how we feel, right? Wait, even before she met you? Yes, even before she met me. I don't give a fuck, because it's my standard. I don't have to have a why. Like, I don't have to have a why. I don't have to explain myself. I don't have to have a reason. It's just what I want. It's just like, I don't ask these girls why do they want someone who's 6 feet tall. Why do they want someone who's earning six figures? Why do they want someone with a six pack? Why do they want someone with a six inch, you know what? Why do they want someone who has a certain career? I don't give a fuck. It's their preference. They don't have to explain it to me. In fact, I won't even ask, because I don't care. So, I mean, yes, even before she met me, if I even suspect for an instant that she was on a dating app, zero, no, go on. Like, we can't even be friends, and it's not because like I just don't think they make great friends, to be real. So it's like what, you don't have anything to offer me at that point. I'm not someone who's just, I don't really care about sex the way that most men do. To me, that's not something that's important. It could also be because I understand how easy it is for me to get. And that's part of the thing that I think gives me a lot more power, is because it is easy for me to get. And I still don't engage in it, because I don't want to become degenerate. Straight up. Right? It's just like, there was a time when I was like, maybe I should do that. But then I thought about it. I was like, you know what? I have sisters. I have aunts. I have nieces. What if I have a daughter? I would hate if a guy, like, you know, if it was doing what I was considering doing, where I'm just like, you know what? I'm going to just, you know, smash and dash, you know, that kind of shit. I'm like, I would hate if other men did that to the females in my life. So maybe if I don't want to live in that kind of world, I shouldn't engage in those types of behaviors. So I made a commitment years ago that I was like, I'm not going to engage in that kind of shit. I've had a few slip ups, but they weren't like, it wasn't because of me. I'll just say that. I'll just say that it's not because I was trying to get it. It was very much the opposite, where it's just like, I was trying to mind my own business, and like I wasn't allowed to mind my own business. I had to mind some other businesses and take care of things, you know. But yeah, even before she met me, I don't give a fuck. And the why is because I don't want it. I don't like it. That's enough of a reason.
People used to meet each other through work, let's be honest, or through friends, maybe at a bar or in a college campus. And it gave people a chance to actually learn about each other, to break through the filters, to demonstrate kindness and show commitment and values, to actually earn affection. But today,
Did she say work? Did she say at work? Hell no. Hell no. Hold on. Do I have a sound for that? I don't. No. Oh yeah, I do.
You're an idiot!
That's what you are. If you're over here doing that shit at work, especially after Me Too, hell no. I'm at a point where like I refuse to be in a room alone with a female. Why would I do that? Why would I put myself at risk like that? No, like if any accusation comes out, I already know that I am going to be the enemy. I'm automatically guilty because I'm a man. And they're just going to take whatever said about me at face value, even if it turns out to be false and it's put out there that it's false. Reputation damage. Like we have just a lot of, honestly, we got a lot of folks who they don't even care about the truth. I think they just want to tear down people because that's the only thing they can do. They're literally evil. They can't build anything for themselves. So the only thing that they're left to do is destroy. So nah. So it's like, why are you over here talking about you can't like at work? It's like, no, remember, this is what y'all asked for. You said that you wanted to just be able to go to work and earn a living and not have to deal with the male gaze and all that shit kind of shit. So yeah, that's what happens. People like me, I won't even look at you. I do it at the gym. Cause I know a lot of these women out here thirst trapping, they wearing these clothes. When I'm working out at the gym, if a woman comes and stands next to me, what I do is I walk somewhere else. If I'm at one of the because we have these chairs, you know, where you could do your overheads, the bench press. If one of them comes and stands in front of me, I stop my workout and I go somewhere else. I just do something else. It may seem overboard, but you want to know what I believe in? I will not give them the attention because I know that's what they seek. So why would I give them what they want? They're not giving me anything that I want. See, the thing about reciprocity is that it goes both ways. And, you know, if I'm not getting what I want, why would I ever give you what you want? I even ignore people. I ignore people. And then, honestly, I think, I don't even know if I think this. It might be true. It seems like it only makes them want you more. It's like, because the normal tactics don't work on me. So it's like, oh, what's this deal? Like, it's like, nah, leave me the fuck alone. Don't talk to me. I'm one of those. I won't even tell you not to talk to me. I'm one of those individuals where I will just straight up look at you, dead faced. You say some words, I'll just look at you and wait on you to just go the fuck away and leave me alone. I don't believe in having to say things. I think it's more power in silence than in words. Silence is an action, by the way. Just keep that in mind. Silence is not a word. It's an action. So it's again, it's aligned with my values. Action first. So if they talking to me, I'm just like, I just ghost face, or I'll give shallow responses. Huh? Yeah, fine. You know, try to make it as uninteresting as possible, because like, why would I have a conversation with you? Like, you're a distraction to me. Like, I'm out here to accomplish something, and you're over here in my face. I won't even say don't talk to me. That's what I mean. I'm a man of few words. You may not believe this because I'm doing these streams, but this requires energy. I normally don't talk much, but I just straight up become a in-person ghost. I dead ass. If there are people who know me well and they can vouch for this. I'm a bit of an interesting character because I'm not like most people. I don't feel the need to prove that I'm right. I don't feel the need to make you like come over to my side of thinking. I'm happy to let you think what you want to think. I'm happy to let you call me whatever words you want to call me, because they don't really affect me. Like, I don't give a fuck. If I don't respect you, your words don't mean anything. Straight up. So it's just like, I'm happy to just let people vent and go off and do the most, and I'll just sit there and watch them be stupid. And then after that, I'll still sit there because, like, the hell, I'm gonna move. This happened to me not long ago, by the way. Just FYI.
So many people are living life through a screen. They're not going out nearly as much, not to church, not to movies, or even
Why would you go to movies?
office.
Why would you go to the movies? All movies are trash. Or not all, I'm sorry, I shouldn't say all. Most movies are trash these days. If I want to go watch a movie with an agenda, well, I don't, but I was going to say if I did want to do it, I would just do it at home. But even then, like, why would I want to watch this trash that's being put out these days? Why would I go and spend my money and support movies that have a message that I don't agree with? I remember there was once upon a time when they say, if you don't agree with what we have to say, then don't buy our video game or don't buy our tickets or whatever. And I was like, okay, sure. I won't buy your movie tickets. I won't attend your events. I won't support any of your things. And now when that's happening, now all of a sudden it's a problem. So yeah, like, why would we go to the movies? It's, first of all, it's expensive. Let's just be real. It's expensive to go to the movies. And then, like, it's just a waste of time. Like, if I'm gonna spend my time and money taking you out somewhere and like I'm not about to get anything in return, it's like, no, I'm not about to put in that effort. The hell? Nah. Effort goes both ways. That's a lot. I mean, my labor is valuable. And that's the thing that I think a lot of them miss. They miss the fact that our labor, which is our energy and time, is valuable. And I think now there's more and more people who are maybe starting to realize what I realized at a very young age, that they don't have to tolerate it. That they can live the life that they want so long as they are willing to accept what comes with it. For me, I'm okay with it. It's like, yeah, fine. It also helps that I realize that I don't need certain things. It also helped that I realized that, well, I don't know if this is good to say online, but let's just say that I have been with more than a few people. And when it all is said and done, it's all the same. I'll just say that. I'll just leave it at that. It's all the same.
Opportunities to fall in love are falling by the wayside, meaning people are making decisions by swiping left on their smartphones rather than truly learning to connect. The highs, the lows, the disappointments, all of that stuff. It's all part of the process. And it's affecting mental health too. According to a recent study of people over the age of 18, those who used swipe-based dating apps experienced significantly higher rates of psychological distress, anxiety, and depression. Another study showed a link between using dating apps and experiencing loneliness, dissatisfaction with life, and this is a big one, a feeling of exclusion from the world, feeling so left out.
So what's fun to me is that I don't experience or feel any of these things. I've never used any dating apps ever, even though I could have, even though people were like, oh, you're like, no, I don't like I said, I don't even want to deal with those types of people. Like if you're a female and you use one of those, you've automatically disqualified yourself from me, which is fine. You know, maybe you don't want me. That's fine. We can both not want each other. It's reciprocal. Say more. I'm learning. Wait, what am I? Wait, say more about what? I'm sorry. I don't know. I think I may have just come to this late, or maybe I know that there is a delay in the stream, even though I have it on a short delay on YouTube. I still think it's like a 10 or 15-second delay. So you might have to give me some context.
A feeling of exclusion from the world, feeling so left out. And when women do go to coffee shops...
Wait. Women believe their romantic priorities are fundamentally different from those of guys their age. It is. See, the thing is that when they're in their 20s, they don't want to be with someone who is broke and who hasn't established himself. They want to go and have fun and find themselves. They want to go and travel and be like, they want all of these things. But what they don't realize is that the men who are giving them those things are the same men who were in their 20s at some point, who were passed up by older men. So they, for whatever reason, they think that it's kind of funny. They think that somehow that they should be able to eat their cake and have it too. So I'm like, for any person who's in their 30s and they're out here dating and like, my take is like, well, you obviously have been in a relationship. Why didn't you stay with that person? Most of the time they leave. So it's just like, you know, if you really want a relationship, stay with that person, make it work. Like I said, everyone has flaws, which implies that every relationship is going to have flaws. Nothing is perfect. So this idea that, you know, all of these people are chasing the perfect guy, the perfect relationship, the X, Y, or Z, that's something that doesn't exist. That's fool's gold. So yeah, they're right. Their priorities are different. And, you know, either they can, you know, get on the same page with someone, or they can continue to have their own priorities and deal with the consequences. And this is a consequence. They get online and complain about this and they cry. And honestly, I'm at a point now where like when I laugh when I see these people crying, because it's not having the effect that in the past it used to have, because that was like female tears were a powerful thing, you know. But now it's becoming worthless because that's all you see, and you see they use it all the time. And now I'm just like, I have no problem looking at someone crying. I won't even help. I don't even feel a certain kind of way. And this is a learned behavior that I think a lot of other people are starting to learn. It's just to disregard it completely, which is a dangerous thing. I'm very well aware that it's dangerous because, you know, once the people stop caring, yeah, like, man, it's going to be tough. Going to be tough. You didn't want to say more about some topic. You paused for a minute. Well, yeah, I'm not going to say it if I pause. I'm very well aware of things. So yeah, I'm not going to say it. But I mean, you know, if you want to hear things, I have like a Slack channel, I guess, or you can DM me. How about that? You could do that. And by DM, I mean you DM me, and then we'll take it off to something that isn't on the internet, and then we can actually have a conversation privately. That's basically what cancel culture is causing. It doesn't actually change opinions. It doesn't change thought the way that they think. What it actually does is it pushes it into the black market of sorts, where now it's not being discussed out in the public, which is also dangerous, because I think the public is a good way to enforce checks, you know, to make sure that, you know, we don't go too far left or right, or, you know, up or down, or in or out. Like, just make sure that we don't get too far out of whack. It's when you start pushing conversations underground, that's where things start really getting really bad. And that's kind of where we are. And I'm pretty sure y'all are aware that private Discord servers have taken off in the past. Some of the stuff that you see there, I mean, you see what you used to see on the regular internet back in the day. They are now in Discord servers. Why is that? Well, it's because, well, everyone needed their safe space. So, all right, well, here's your safe space. We'll let the whole internet, you can't just not get on the internet anymore. You can have your safe space on the internet. And now all the people who had opinions that you didn't like, now we're over here somewhere else with our same opinions, except some of them might be getting a little bit more radical than you might want them to be. Why is that happening? Well, it's because of the policies and the agendas that have been pushed. And, they deserve the world that's coming to them.
We're hearing is that they try, or to a club or the grocery store, or anything where they get out and interact with people. They say the men that they want to meet just don't share their ideals. It's partly because so many young men are spending their lives also logged in, overly influenced by a flood of whatever you can find online.
Forums were useful, but as with everything in capitalism, it's money driven, and the people who control the purse strings are, more feelings based, and that's fine. This is why we can't have nice things. But you're right. Forums were very useful, and we no longer have the forums in the way that we once did. They're not searchable, at least. That's the part that's really changed. Like, we still have forums, but they're not searchable. They're private. What that means is that it's going to be increasingly more difficult for people to become competent or to become educated. Because now, like, the information is just not readily available. And like, tacit knowledge is going to become that much more difficult to acquire as a result. So, I mean, this is what I mean by, it's like, a lot of these folks, they push these agendas without considering second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth order consequences. Like, in their mind, it's like, oh, if I do this, this will happen. When in reality, they forget that they're dealing with humans and that humans adapt. Especially, man, that's what we've always done. We adapt. That's what I've done. There used to be a time when, like, I can't even say it. Like, I mentor females. That probably wouldn't happen. That probably won't happen in the future as a result of stuff like this that's happening. Well, not like this particularly, but, some of the stuff that's been happening over the 10 years. I probably wouldn't do it. I would be like, nah, you're better off talking to another female. Whether or not that's true, it's not for me to decide. It's just that I am going to prioritize me, because that's what I've seen. It's just reciprocal. It's only fair. We're all equal. If you get to prioritize you, then I get to prioritize me. And if I'm an oppressor, I will not oppress you. That's kind of my mindset. It's like, I'll just step to the side and, like, you deal with who you want to deal with. I just won't take part in it. Which maybe that's oppressive too, for, I don't know, like, leave it to them to somehow figure out a way to, like, make me still the victimizer.
Porn, video games, toxic masculinity. Who needs the real thing when you can get something better, and I put that in quotes, by scrolling? Here's what Scott Galloway, professor of marketing at NYU, told us on Morning Joe about some of the reasons why men are becoming like this.
I think you have the most talented, well-resourced people in the world and companies trying to convince a young man that he can have a reasonable facsimile of life in his basement behind a screen. You don't need friends. Go on Reddit or Discord. You don't need to get a job. Go on Robinhood or Coinbase and trade crypto and stocks. You don't need to go through the rejection and the expense and the humiliation and working out and having a plan and humor and showering to get a romantic relationship. You have YouPorn. So we have an entire generation, especially of young men, who are out home sequestering from society and missing out on what it means. There's a reason romantic comedies are 2 hours and not 50.
So you just said something where it's like men are doing something, but the thing is that boys are taught at a very young age that they are inferior and that they are oppressors and that they are the problem. And basically they're demonized from a very young age. And then as they get older, they see that opportunities don't go to them. So if you take away, and also we're also told that, like, it's not up to you if you can have children. It's up to them. So you've basically taken away men's purpose And then you're surprised that they decide to go find something else and like go howl up in a hole. To me, this is victim blaming. I'm looking at like the young boys and men, I'm looking at them as they're the victims. And he's blaming them instead of looking at what caused it. What caused men to not want to be men is probably being called toxic all their life. It's probably from some of the songs that I used to hear growing up. Like the, what's that song? The one that TLC, I Don't Want No Scrub. Or there's this song that I won't, it's called Independent Women, I think. The one the Destiny's Child one, right? Like maybe it's that. Like, you know, all these boys are they hear from everywhere how they're not needed, how, you know, it's not the 50s, how, like, you know, all these things. It's like, okay. And then they adapt by not interacting with them and staying at home. It's like, how's this a problem? To me, that sounds like they're getting exactly what they want. But maybe, I don't know.
15 minutes. True victory in life is hard. Going out, meeting someone, finding mentors, finding mates, that stuff is hard, but that's what real victory in real life is like. And because a lot of men feel rejected on dating apps, the number of jobs that are accessible to them has gone down.
I think a lot of men are rejected. For what I've been hearing, like from watching people who talk about this kind of stuff, it seems like the majority of men who are on dating apps, they don't really get any what do you call them? Attention, I guess. I guess they don't get attention or something like that. So yeah, like why would they participate in something when like they're the ones who actually have something to offer, and then they're putting it out there, and then people who are basically going to consume are saying, no, you're not worth it. And from the numbers that I've seen, it seems like the majority of men basically fell on dating apps, but the majority of women get all this shit ton of interest, and they get to pick and choose who they're going to, go get their meal paid for by. I don't think that men have that same privilege. So like for me, like let's say that I were to get on a dating app. Why would I go out of my way to do that? I'm going to have to pay money. Like I'm going to have to take my time, my energy, my money to make all of these things happen. And like, what am I getting in return? Because I'm going to be honest, just someone's company is not valuable to me. Sorry if you're thinking that your company's worth something to me. It's not. The thing that I'm after is like something that I'm told that, oh, well, you shouldn't expect it. So it's like, well, if I can't expect that, then why the hell would I put in any kind of effort to even talk to you? Like if I'm not going to get anything that I want, but you're going to get what you want, which is time and attention and maybe a free meal. Like to me, that's not an equal exchange of value. To me, that sounds like I'm being taken advantage of, and I should be willing to just be taken advantage of for the chance to maybe have to get what I want. But in reality, I probably won't. So knowing the odds, I would call these men probably smart. Like they are recognizing that their time is probably better spent elsewhere. Now, I'm not saying that they should just completely go off in a hole and die and all that kind of shit, but I don't know, maybe if video games gives them a sense of purpose, because I mean, I guess you can level up and all that stuff. So I guess if they're doing it for that, then sure. If it keeps them out of the streets and stealing my shit, great, go play your video games. Now, if it keeps you from shooting up a school, fine, go play your video games. I'm okay with that. But I don't think that we should be like talking down on these men who choose to say, you know what, I'll just go play video games. Remember, to each their own. If that's what they want to do, if that's what brings them happiness, if that brings them fulfillment, why are we demonizing it? I'm saying this as a guy who doesn't play video games. So I'm like, I understand that a lot of guys really love video games. I don't really get it, but I don't have to get it. And I think that's one of the things that makes me unique, is that I understand that I don't have to understand or get why anybody does anything. I just have to accept the fact that they do it. And then it makes my life a lot easier. So it's like, if these guys are doing that, let them, so be it. I don't understand what the problem is. Let them play their video games.
You have essentially a group of men who are saying, I want a low-risk entry into life, and they go down a rabbit hole. When they don't have social connections, and they don't get out, and they don't have the prospect of a romantic relationship, they're more prone to conspiracy theory, they're more prone to misogynistic content, they're less likely to believe in climate change, and some...
Wait. They're less likely to believe in... Whenever I hear the word believe in anything, why do I have to believe in anything? And what does climate change have to do with having a mate? So what he's saying is that if I have a mate, that they're gonna coerce me into believing in shit that I don't like beliefs. I like to see act like I don't subscribe to beliefs. The only thing that I believe in is religion. And I'm just talking about as of in general. That's the only thing that I think I should have to believe in. But everything else, especially in this world where, at least I'm scientifically trained. So, in this world where we're trying to promote science as the new religion, there should not be a concept of belief. That doesn't exist in science. Does it? Can belief exist in science? I thought it's either you have a hypothesis. That's not a belief. That's a hypothesis that you're then going to go and test via experimentation so that you can gather empirical evidence through observation. And then only then you can either refute or accept your hypothesis and you draw a conclusion from the data. It's never a belief. So he may not be a scientist, so maybe this is why he's saying the word belief, but when that's a trigger, it's a trigger word for me. The only thing in my mind that should be believed in is spiritual shit, because you can't really prove it. Can't prove it, you can't disprove it, So, or aliens. I'm not saying, I'm just so far we can't prove it, we can't disprove it. So the only thing that you can really do is either believe it or not believe it. But stuff like what he just said, well, it should be data, and it should be agreed upon, and it should not be agenda based. It turns out that most scientists agree, their conclusions agree with whatever the conclusions of their donors are. Science is not this this institution that a lot of them portray it to be. Most of the science is funded by someone. What the hell was that? Yeah, most science is funded by someone, which means that if it goes against what the funding people say, well, that probably won't get published because, I hear some noises. These journals, they also need to make money. They need to make profit, and they won't publish something that can ruin that. So anyway, maybe people don't know about this stuff.
Become really bad citizens. We are producing too many of the most dangerous person in the world, and that is a young, broke, and lonely young man.
Wow. As Professor
Wait, when he said we,
pointed out,
he said we are producing that. He said we are producing that. Let's see. Percent of, I don't know why I can't spell, of children in nuclear families. Maybe I should have said America. Okay, so right now we're at a 70% live in nuclear families, but I want to know what the trend is. Let's see, can we do a trend? I don't know what that sound is. Okay, here is a trend. Okay, all right, fine. We'll just zoom in. Apparently, we can't go to it. You know what I see? I see a downward trend of nuclear family, 2 parents, and I see an upward trend of 1 parent, single parent. Now, in our country, the majority of the time, the parent or the custody goes to the female parent. So if there's one that's single, right? Single. So if it's the mother or if it's the female, that means it's a mother. So that means single mother. So in the 60s, we went from what 9% to now we're at 26%. And we see these convert so when they say we're producing, well, who's producing? It matters. This is why multivariate analysis is so important. but this is something that mainstream media will never do. You can lie with statistics. I am trained in statistics, so like I'm very well aware of how you can lie with statistics. And one of the things that he just did that was intellectually dishonest was he did not clarify who is producing these children. It's important. Like, details matter, context matters, but I guess we can't do that here. That's
3 relationships used to begin at work. Now young people are not going into the office as often. And if you are a young man at work, are you more or less inclined to express some sort of romantic interest in a potential
I would
partner?
never, ever do that. In fact, I even had to do training about, not because I did anything, but like we all had to do training about, workplace harassment, like conduct, all these things, and like what's appropriate, what's inappropriate. And one of the things that I learned is that it's inappropriate to talk about that kind of stuff with coworkers. So I don't. Straight up. And it's kept me out of trouble. I've never had any false allegations. It's because, well, I make sure that if I'm talking to anybody, it's in a public setting, in a space, where other people can see me. I'm never in it. Like if there's a room, I'm not going to be in it with the door closed unless there's other people in there. If there is a building and there are only a few people there, if it looks like at any point it's only going to be me and like one other female or even a few, I leave. Fuck that. I'll leave. Why? Because I want to ensure their safety. No, I want to make sure that they feel safe. I want to prioritize that. So I prioritize their safety. I understand that I'm oppressive and that I'm a danger and I'm a threat. So I remove myself from the situation so that there is no longer that presence there. And they can exist without a male presence. If that's what they want, I don't know or care, but it keeps me safe.
Than you were 40 years ago? The answer is clearly no. And by the way, men and women have been told in many places that if you have feelings for someone at work,
she brings
you
it
have
up.
to go to HR first. That'll kill the moment. And I get why that's the policy. I get how we got here. Having said that,
what's up, Kyle?
The unforeseen consequences of the Me Too movement or of
I see you're here when I'm at about the 4-hour mark. I'm not sure how much longer I'll be here, but what's up?
The movement, that's a show we need to do at some point. And we have to have a really honest conversation about that. But that's not this show. I'm just saying having to go to HR is kind of a hard start. Jen, why don't you start? What are the biggest concerns you have here?
Yeah, look, Mika, first of all, I met my husband at work at the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee. He asked me out over email and brought me ice cream. It was a much more traditional way of meeting someone. Look, I think the biggest concern I have here is the mental health impact on young people. And
wait. So I have an issue with that. You should be at work to work. Your employer hired you to perform a job. They hired you to add value to the company. They didn't hire you to look for a relationship. They didn't hire you to find your girlfriend, your boyfriend. They didn't hire you for that. They hired you to perform a job. You simply should not be using that time to do that kind of stuff. And that also is a risk to the employer, because what happens if you two break up? Now that's drama. Now that's like decreased productivity. Honestly, one of you are probably going to get fired, or maybe both of you will get fired, because like how are you going to work together? Most people don't have the maturity to be able to do that. So you should never do it. Never eat where you shit, or shit where you eat. Whatever you want to do. Don't do it. No, don't do it. Keep them separate. Don't listen to what they're saying. They'll get you arrested and Me Too. Keep your distance. Try to avoid like private stuff, and never make them feel unsafe. So like remove your presence and make sure they feel as safe as possible. It's political role. It's literally blackmail and socializing. Wait, what? It's a political role? It's literally blackmail and socializing? What do you mean?
And statistics and a ton of reporting about the disconnect, and you just went over a fair amount of it for men certainly, and also for women. And I just think anecdotally of talking to a lot of women I work with, who I have the pleasure of working with on my team, they, men and women have been wanting to just have sex for decades, right? That's not new. I think they're still probably they're hooking up still, right? But it's more about that deeper connection. And as Scott said, relationships are work. Emotional connections are work, whether it's a friendship, whether it's a boyfriend.
Okay, so she did say something interesting. Relationships are work, but there's a personality trait. Let's open up ChatGPT. Let's see if it can come up with it. So let's just say talk about the person that, can I make this bigger? No, never mind. Personality trait. I'll make it bigger another way. We'll just share my screen bigger. Okay, so talk about the personality trait withdrawal. And provide context on which genders have an increased chance of it. All right, so I'm going to have to read it because it may be too small for y'all to read. All right, so withdrawal as a personality trait often refers to the tendency to retreat from social interactions and avoid engaging with others. This can manifest in behaviors such as social isolation, reluctance to participate in group activities, and a preference for solitary activities. Withdrawal can be associated with various psychological conditions, including anxiety, depression, and introversion. All right, so here's the gender differences in withdrawal, and then I'll ask you to go to explain how they're expressed if it doesn't do that yet. Research indicates that gender can influence the likelihood of experiencing withdrawal. Men may exhibit withdrawal as a response to stress or emotional discomfort. Societal expectations often discourage men from expressing vulnerability, leading to a preference for withdrawing rather than seeking social support. Women generally are more likely to seek social support and communicate their feelings, potentially reducing the tendency to withdraw. However, women experiencing depression or anxiety may still show signs of withdrawal, especially if they feel overwhelmed or unsupported. So contextual factors, cultural norms, cultural attitudes toward gender roles and emotional expression can impact withdrawal tendencies. Social support systems available. All right, let's see. How are they expressed? Are they expressed between the two sexes? Is it just going to keep repeating the same shit now? Okay. All right, so the 3 points: emotional suppression, behavioral changes, aggression, and irritability on the men front. On the women front, social withdrawal, emotional expression, physical symptoms. Okay, so if someone has a high degree of withdrawal, are they more? Something's going on. Like, it seems like is that a pipe or is someone upstairs doing something? Are they more or less likely to work on a relationship in a rough patch? Okay, so here's all right. Avoidance of conflict, emotional disconnection, lack of communication. All right, so these are some of the reasons for the reluctance. And then potential for change is self-awareness, therapy. Nah, I don't believe in therapy. I think that's bullshit. It's just what I think. If it works for you, great. I think it's bullshit. Why would the fuck would I listen to someone who has their own problems, who haven't even figured out how to solve their own problems? Every therapist that I've known are fucked up. and they refuse to deal with their own shit. So they try to patch it up by like talking to other people about their shit. Maybe it's a hot take, but no, I don't care. I'm entitled to my hot takes. It's where she worked. Oh, DNC. I don't think it matters. Like where she worked is work. So it's like, sure, it may be like, it doesn't matter what her duties are. The fact is that she is being compensated to perform them, and she must perform there. Otherwise she will get fired. And she, and they do fire people. So like, doesn't really matter that the role is just blackmail and socializing,
A girlfriend, whatever it may be, or a mentor relationship. And there's such a cotton candy aspect of the world we're living in right now. That's also a fantasy world, right? You mentioned porn. That's, of course, on the sex side. But it's also just how people portray themselves on social media. It's not connected to the difficulty and the struggle that often you have to go through in order to have the most rewarding relationship, the most rewarding friendships, the most rewarding mentorships. And the mental health impact is the biggest concern, because connection is what makes life joyful. And that to me is what I worry about the most.
Yes, Simone, Americans are more lonely and isolated than ever. There's data on this. And what do you make of Professor Galloway's remarks on morning?
I don't see what the problem is, though, because now we are the most equal we've ever been. So it's like, all right, fine. Like, sure. Isn't it what you wanted? We're now all equal. There's no more, you're all free to do whatever you want. I guess it turns out that freedom actually has a cost. That's what I think a lot of people don't understand, is that to be free has a cost. And maybe this is the cost. It's like, traditionally, men had a lot more power, responsibility, control, all these things, authority. But at the same time, it costs us a lot. A lot of stress, like men die earlier as a result of that. It costs a lot. So now it's just like, okay, well, now you are also equal, and you have the ability to become as depressed and anxious and all the feelings that a guy who needed to provide for his family, who lost his job, what he had to endure. Now you get to experience it. I don't see the problem. I'm all for it. Like, I'm all for it. Like, seriously, it's like, why not? We should have more equality.
Dangerous people in the world, namely young, broken, lonely men.
Mika, I thought that a lot of Professor Galloway's comments were interesting. I listened to the whole segment twice yesterday because, one, I think that people are going out. And also, I don't think that I didn't meet my husband at work. I actually met my husband going out. I was at an event. After the event,
there's a lot of me here.
What was known in Washington, D.C. as the Nightmare. And some folks that I know asked me, oh, do you know the Nightmare? I said, I've heard of him. I do not know him. I've never had the pleasure.
Get to your point,
that was I like to say we've been dating ever since. I think he might take issue with my timeline. So I would argue that people are going out in different social settings. But I also think the apps for
Wait. So she basically just sat and talked about herself and what she did. And she's like, I'll argue that people are actually doing it because I did that. Just looking at her, it don't look like she's the age of someone of the people who we're talking about. Just saying.
Are not terrible. One of my best girlfriends met her husband on the apps. I know a lot of people who are meeting folks on the apps. And
she doesn't know a lot of people. I hate when people just say, I know a lot of people. Like, give an idea. Like, give us an order of magnitude, right? Is a lot of people, 10 people? Is it 100? Do you know 1,000? You know tens of thousands? Do you know hundreds of thousands of people who've done this? Do you know millions? Tens of millions? Or is it just single digits? Generally, when I hear arguments based on like that, where it's just like, it's a silly argument.
world of the dating pool bigger than just who comes to your neighborhood bar or who you might see in the office. And so I think that is a good thing. Look, I think about these lonely, broke, dangerous men. I don't really know, Mika. I'm not sold on the lonely, broke, and dangerous men. I think that we are producing a generation of younger people who do not have hustle and drive, and the lack of hustle and drive one is where I do agree with Professor Galloway, and that, you know,
why do men need hustle and drive though? If like women, boys, like girls can have hustle and drive, why do we need it? If every piece, like if all the agenda is telling me that they're better than us, it makes sense to me that, well, they should have the hustle and drive and it should be okay. Like society will be just fine if they have the hustle and drive and we don't have to do anything, because apparently we're not needed. So if we're not needed, why are you complaining about us not having hustle or drive? Make that make sense to me. Why can't the girls have the hustle and drive? They're equal. They're better than us, actually. That's what I've been told. They're more creative. They're better. They do better. They're smarter. They are more educated. Like they're getting the best positions. All of these things. So if that's true, why is it left up to the men to need to be hustlers and have drive? Like for what? Why can't the girls and the women take care of the guys? That's what's happened in the beginning of history. Like it's been guys take care of girls. But now that we like, it seems like we want a matriarchy. So it's like, well, why can't they take care of men the same way that we took care of them? Or is this just like a question that's off limits? Because again, I've always based things off of reciprocity. If we're indeed equal, that means that whatever I can do, you can do. So why is it like, why are we forcing men to adhere to gender roles from the 50s? As they like to say, this isn't the 50s anymore. Why are we expected to provide? Why are we expected to protect? Why are we expected to provision? This is not the 1950s. So like, if you're not in the kitchen, you're not cooking, you're not cleaning, you're not having children, raising children. So it's like, okay, if we have to accept that, then why can't they accept that we don't have to protect, provision, or provide? I don't get it. Why can't we just stay at home? And like, we could be stay at home people. Like we could be a stay at home husband. Why can't we do that? Because in my mind, that's what equality brings. It means that I now have the same opportunities to do the same things that other people have. That's what it meant when it came to race. It's that now I can get a job and do the same types of jobs that, people in the past only, who are white, only they can do it. But now it's open to black people, it's open to pretty much everyone, right? So not pretty much, but everyone. So why isn't I don't understand. Why don't we keep the same energy? You go and do the hustle. You go out and work. You go out and be the breadwinner and let us chill at home. I think why not? Because they are the ones who they seem to be the ones who want to work. I mean, most of the guys who I know who work, they don't necessarily want to work, but they work because they have to. They have to provide for people. So give us the opportunity to be provided for. Let us see, give us a taste of our own medicine. Apparently it was, this bondage, servitude, slavery, and all this stuff. Give us a chance to experience what that's like. I would like to see what it's like to just sit at home and just have all of the bills taken care of and just have all of my needs just catered to. I would love to see what that feels like. Maybe I'll prefer it. Give me that opportunity. I don't understand why I can't get these opportunities that they get. I've never once in my life got the opportunity to be provided for, to be protected, or to be provisioned for, other than from my mom when I was growing up. But ever since then, I've not had that opportunity. At the same time, I've done that for others. And in the process, I was taken for granted. It was never enough. And even then, like even with all of my effort, energy, time, money, all of that kind of stuff, at any point they just decide to dip out. So it's like, well, why can't I do the same? Like, why can't I just protect myself and do the same? I'm pretty sure they'll give some kind of gaslight response about what a real man is. But like, what if I don't care what a real man is? What if I don't want to be a real man? What if I want to just be a fake man, you know? Or whatever the bullshit ass label that they would come up with. Like, what if I just want to be that? Whatever I can be where I don't have to work and I can just have everything just taken care of. Like, why can't I just do that? I think that would be the best outcome, actually. No, they get to do what they want to do, which is they want to go and work and make money and do all these things. Now they can take care of us.
There's a younger generation of people who would rather be home than go out and socialize.
Right.
But I think the idea that folks are not going out, that folks are not socializing, is not true. More so, I think it's that the pool of men that women would like to date is smaller. There's more women than men. It has always been that way. When I moved to Washington,
I love how she says, I think that that's true. Meanwhile, there is literal data. And even the host said it, which I think that's why she got this look on her face. There's literal data saying otherwise. And she's just, I think this is a problem of the West in general. And also of them is that like, you can look up, you can see the statistics, the data right in front of you. And then you just choose to not believe it because you don't feel that it's true. This is a problem. This is a big problem where it's just like, man, you have to be some level of delusional to to be like, I don't think that's true. Okay, all right, sure.
you see, that's what everyone said. It's like, for every one guy, there's 10 women that want to date him. So there's that.
Oh. She just said something that I don't think she realized what she said. For every one guy, there's 10 women who wants to date him. What she's not realizing is that's that 10% dude. That's the guy, like, that's not the bottom 90%. That's the guy that everyone wants. All of them want him. So they ignore everyone else and only look at him. And let's be real. Hold on. Okay, I figured out what the noises were. The noises, I don't know why this happened or what caused it to happen, but for whatever reason, my Apple TV started playing on my home pod. That's what those noises what I've been hearing. It was okay. Yeah, that's weird. What the fuck? Why would it? I'm going to remove the home pods. They're kind of trash. Or maybe I'll just keep one in the bedroom and that's where I turn my lights on. Yeah, I have it muted. Why is it playing? That's weird. All right, anyway, let's play the thing.
Yeah, well, I see the numbers that you're talking about. I really connect with your reticence about the lonely, broken, dangerous. I guess the inference that you have to have a woman to fix that. Like you can fix that yourself, and not be. You know, I hear you about personal responsibility for sure. But I'm seeing in my world and hearing from a lot of young people who work with me, who work for me, who just they don't go out as much. There's like nowhere to go or no one to go with, or it's the same old every time, and they're on the phones so much. And whom I'm wondering,
who's on the phones?
Given the
also, like, I'm just curious. Like, I do know that guys be on the phone because, like I was saying, like, some of my friends, like, they just all on their phone, but not all of them. I don't know. I think it's a mix. Like it's about, I would say maybe 40%, but they're also in different places. I don't know. They're just in different places, right? So the other ones, some of them I understand why, right? Like they have businesses, they're running shit, they have a few they have things going on. So it's like at any point, like they might need to hop on a call, which is very different, or they might need to respond to an email or something like that because something's going on, or text messaging for something for business. I'm very used to that because I also kind of if something pops up, of course I'm gonna deal with it. Some of them like, because they post stuff all the time, they're not really consuming content, but they're creators, I suppose. It makes sense why they would do it. But I would like to know, who are they talking about? Like, are they talking about everyone is just on their phone?
Consequences of loneliness and isolation from a policy perspective, because the Surgeon General recently declared the loneliness is an epidemic. Is there an obligation on the part of our government or policies to address some of these?
Whoa. See, this is my issue. Why is every single solution we need to regulate? We need to have government come in and step in. We need to have Zaddy come and do it. Like, this is this is how we get to tyranny. Everything doesn't need to be solved by government. You cannot legislate my desire to want to be around you or talk to you or do anything. We were born with the phones. I know that people cannot have a day without the phone. Wait, when you say we, who are you? Are you talking about you? I wasn't born with a phone. In fact, I understand very well that I don't need a phone for anything, really. It hasn't done anything to really improve my life in any meaningful way. Sure, I can now take pictures and not have to have my actual camera, but like, I still bring my actual camera, so there's that part. Oh, you're Gen Z. Oh, okay. Oh, you're Gen Z. Okay, I'm not Gen Z. Just FYI. I don't know if that's obvious to you, but I'm not Gen Z. But even then, like, just because you're born with something doesn't mean you have to engage with it. I was born with TV. I don't watch TV. I was born with access to crack cocaine. That don't mean I'm out here doing crack cocaine. Like, you don't have to do something just because it's there when you were born or as you were growing up. Like, there are a bunch of things that have been around when I was coming up that I never really engaged in. Like, for what? I never got into drinking. That was around. That's been around for basically human history. Well, not really. But ancient Egyptians, right? It's been around for a very long time. Well, alcohol in general has been around for even longer than that. But, just because it's around doesn't mean you have to engage in it. Don't ever remove agency from your life, right? Like, you are the director of your own life. You can do or not do whatever you please. Well, hopefully, obviously, the more regulations we have, the less freedoms you have. We're no longer the freest country. That's the thing that's ironic. But people believe they are.
Social disconnects that are happening in our country.
So, I agree with so much. My mind is just spinning with thoughts hearing all three of you. And I'm glad you referenced the Surgeon General, because the four of us talk about this a lot, that we are pioneers. We're raising a generation surrounded by technology.
No, ma'am,
that we
you're
just
not
didn't have access
pioneers.
to
I'm sorry.
growing up, and we're still seeing the long-term.
That's offensive to real pioneers.
I love that you just mentioned the Surgeon General report. We talk about it in the context of just this. We're talking about it.
Yeah.
Huh?
When you look at.
Wait, this is our song. Okay, that's interesting. He doesn't look healthy at all. He's a Surgeon General. Interesting. It poses a health risk as deadly as smoking. Why do they care? I know why they care. The only reason why they care is because they need tax revenue. And I guess that the people who are the most lonely, or at least by their definition of lonely, like just doesn't have a partner, they are unlikely or less likely to try to earn as much money as possible. So it's like innovations are probably going to go down. New research will probably go down. Building our infrastructure will probably go down. It'll be harder to find people who want to do it. I think that's the real reason. I don't really think they give a fuck about how we feel, because I mean, the actions show otherwise. Historically, not just now, but just historically.
Things like smoking. It's not that we think people are going to quit smoking or stop using tobacco, but when you buy a cigarette, it will say there's a warning that this is bad for your health. I was at an office meeting the other day and I saw
that doesn't stop people from smoking.
Saying, here's, if you need Narcan, it's it's in this lockbox, get help. It's not that we think people are going to stop using drugs and that there might never be an overdose again. We are aware of it. We have a solution to it, and this is all part of public policy and the importance of having public policy. And I think to have that 80-plus page report, number one, you have a Surgeon General who addresses his own issues with loneliness, deep feelings of loneliness, and what governments can do, and schools and communities and parents can do.
What the hell can the government do? Man, like what? How? So the government is now going to regulate our relationships? It's going to be a cold day in hell where a government official is going to come here and tell me that I have to deal with somebody. I'd rather go to prison. Honestly, I'll probably just off myself right then and there. Like, why the hell? Nah, I will not live a slave. My ancestors did a lot to make sure that I could have the privileges that I have today. No way in hell would I let that shit go in vain. No way in hell. Nah. Like regulating relationships. That seems like what they're inferring. I don't know. Maybe I should listen instead of drawing my own conclusions.
And Simone just said, I think about this. I met my ex-husband at work.
Ex-husband. No.
And I met my current boyfriend. And I will say, in a period where I was feeling very lonely and was invited to this party, I did not want to go. I just wanted to stay at home and just probably be on my phone, watch The Diplomat or something. Mm-hmm. I dragged myself to that party, and that is how I met him. And so it's we have to talk about it, but we also have to be.
That's another one right there too. That's another automatic disqualifier. If you've ever been divorced, automatic disqualifier for me. I don't care how good you are. Doesn't matter. Sure, you could be like, oh, I'm gonna say I don't give a fuck. It's just like I have my standards. I'm not divorced. I will not date or even, well, I don't date in general. I've courted. I like dating, I think is foolish. That's just for fun. I've never looked at relationships as I'm doing this for fun. Like to me, it's a sense of duty. So I've never dated. I've had relationships. I don't consider them dating. They were very long term too. Now there have been some, like I said, some I'm gonna call them mistakes. Maybe I don't know. Maybe that's wrong to say. Maybe it's wrong. I'm sorry, y'all weren't mistakes. I slipped up. I had some moments of weakness. I'll say that. Whereas like I didn't do what I was supposed to do, and I still ended up anyway. All that to say is, I don't know. I just don't. I would never date or even consider or take seriously someone who's divorced. Because to me, that's like you've already failed once. Why would I? The best predictor of the future is the past. It's not saying that it's accurate. It's just saying that that's the best predictor that we have. So if you've divorced one person before, the likelihood that you'll divorce me is probably high. And I have a lot to lose. So yeah, it's just like straight up no. If you could be the most amazing girl, I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. I have requirements, like you have 666. I have, you can't be divorced. I need to be able to curl you. And, you can't have used any of those dating apps. You can't be on OnlyFans. I haven't ever been on OnlyFans. You couldn't have been a model or a dancer or any of those types of things. It's an automatic disqualifier for me. No. Why would I do that? No. I mean, there are plenty of men who like single mothers. I like to make sure that the people who like them have all of the opportunity to have access to them. I want to step out of their way. I want to step aside and let those really strong men come in and take that role. I'm not a strong man like that. I'm a weak man. Okay, I'm insecure. I'm broke. I'm irresponsible. I'm all of those things. I don't know. I would rather leave that for all of those strong men out there to come in and take care of them kids. It ain't gonna be me. So no, I will never ever. Zero interest in that. Also, I have my requirements are pretty strong, bro. Like it basically comes down to if you've had more than maybe 1 or 2 relationships in your life, you're not for me. Ideally is I'm your first. That's the ideal situation. I will tolerate being maybe the second, but I'm not about to be the third or fourth or fifth or sixth. Nah, I'm good. Nah. Now, of course, you can ride the carousel. That's still open to you. That's still available. If I have a moment of weakness, if I'm like, if I'm like high or something, which is very rare, but like if I'm high or something, then sure, you can ride the carousel. But as far as me committing, and hell no. Fun only.
Open to experiences. Sometimes even at our generation, we have to push ourselves to do it.
Yeah, I love what you just said, Huma, because and Simone, to your point that people are going out, they are, but there are a lot of people who are in Huma's position where they have to, it takes everything in them just to get out the door. And there's a growing number of cases like that where the phone and
wait, you could tell that she's not listening. This person is not listening. I can see the face, head tilted to the side, just trying to interject. She's not listening. She's just waiting for an opportunity to speak. This is one of my pet peeves. When I sense that people are doing this, what I generally do is I just stop talking to them. But obviously this is a show, so I mean, she can't do that. But in real life, I've had people like this where it's like, they're not actually, like, they're not trying to have an actual conversation. They're just trying to get their points across. I'm the kind of person where I'm like, okay, I will give you absolute freedom to get your points across since you don't want to have a conversation. And that is me leaving. It's like, talk to the air, it'll listen to you all day. It won't interrupt you. It won't question you. It won't say that you're wrong. It won't do any of those things. It'll just, you have 100% freedom to get whatever you have off your chest. I just won't be there to hear it.
Get into such a, what's the word? A bad cycle.
A rut.
You don't want to go out anymore.
Yeah.
A rut.
It makes me think
Simone.
about the importance of your friends and the people that know you best in your circle, because you are correct.
Yeah.
And even sometimes I'm the friend that is dragging people out. It's like, no, come, you have to come. And if the friend hadn't dragged me, I like to party. But it is the importance.
That's another hard one too. If you someone who like to party, hard no, hard pass. You're for someone else. if you one of them, like, no, you're for someone else. But that's fine. Like that's what makes the world a beautiful place. We're all different. We all have our own preferences. We all have our own needs and wants and desires. And the beautiful thing is we have the choice. It's a gift and a curse. Like I said, freedom ain't free. We have the choice to find someone who most matches our preferences. There are pros and cons, though. The pro is that you get all of the choices. The con is you have all the choices. And if you've ever been in a situation where you have to make, like, it's just you presented with infinite choices, you understand how much more difficult it is to make a choice or to make a decision on what you're going to do. So it's a gift and a curse. Everything comes with pros and cons. So it's like, we don't have arranged marriages here. So that means that it's left to people to go and try to find people. And that means that a lot of people just won't find anyone. And for the few people, or not the few, but for the people who do find someone, well, it may not be to their caliber, and you know they think that the grass is going to be greener, and they continue the cycle, and it only goes downhill from there.
Part of the circle, and I think that that's maybe also something. If people are feeling this innate sense of loneliness, even if they know people that are their friends may not know, and so that's the importance of checking up on folks.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and seeing them and feeling them and understanding and connecting. Up next, we asked you, our viewers, for solutions to combat the loneliness pandemic. The response was absolutely incredible. We've got great ideas for you when Morning Mika returns.
Okay, well, let's look at some of these comments. Why aren't men dating? 4 women proceed to bash men in an attempt to explain it. Okay, I'm glad I'm not the only one who noticed this, because I was like, wait, what? Okay. 4 women telling all the men what's wrong with them. Sigh, criticism of men without actually talking to any of them is not a legitimate form of discourse. Yeah. Why is the panel middle-aged women having this discussion? Why aren't there young men in this demographic invited to be part of the discussion? Well, because it'll go against the narrative and the agenda. For every one guy, there are 10 women who want to date him. Are you sure? I think she's talking about the women or the men who they look at, who they notice. I don't think they really mean that literally. I think they mean the men who they notice, which are the top guys. And they are right. Like a lot, like get more interesting you may think. Dating someone at work is it is. It's very much a bad idea. All right. Well, that was that. I don't know what I'm saying. Yeah. Any thoughts? Any last minute thoughts? All right. Well, I guess no thoughts. So if you enjoyed that, I will try to do these twice a month. It may not be about this. Like, I didn't even get to some of the stuff I wanted to get to, which is about the economy, as well as what's going on internationally. So maybe the next one of these I do, it'll be about that, not this right here. But yeah, if you enjoy this, please consider giving a like, subscribe. Drop some comments in the actual comment thing if you're watching this in the VOD, and tell me what you think. Obviously, I have my own opinions. I hope they differ from yours. Otherwise, like, what kind of boring ass world are we living in where everyone thinks the same? So yeah, share your opinions in the comments. Let me know what y'all think. Do you agree with what I have to say? And if so, what part do you agree with, as well as what parts do you disagree with? I prefer nuanced discussion. So just understand that everything has nuance. So even if you agree with me, I'm going to assume that you don't agree with all parts, and I want to know, like, what are the parts you agree with and why? What are the parts you disagree with and why? Now, when it comes to my own preferences, no fucks if you agree with me or not. It doesn't matter. They're my preferences. So, it's fine. If you're like, oh yeah, you can't get whatever you want, I don't give a fuck. They're my preferences. They're going to be mine. I will accept whatever consequences come with those. But yes, I see you, Jimmy. Economy. Yeah, I'll talk about that. That's what I had planned to talk about today as well, but I'm 4.5 hours in. I'm tired and I need to go walk my dog, so I'm gonna go do that. Anyways, y'all have a good rest of the evening. There's no stream tomorrow. Tomorrow's Sunday, so I may see you on Monday. No, probably not. Maybe Tuesday. I got to write reviews and stuff on Monday, and yeah, if Tuesday will probably be a co-working stream. So yeah, be on the lookout for that. Peace.